on commence. Oh. So, if everybody who's coming in now could please proceed to have a seat. The good news is that the coffee machine will be available for a while today, so you can grab a coffee during the next little break. Okay, welcome to the Assembling Intelligence Symposium at HED Genève, HESSO University Network. My name is Vytas Jankauskas. I'm the head of the digital pool at HED. It's been around here for maybe 2 years now, and I'm here since around a year and a half. And the pool's mission is to promote and facilitate art and technology-oriented tools and culture among students and faculty, and across disciplines of art and design present here at HED. I would like to welcome all the speakers and participants, workshop hosts. I would like to welcome the audience in the auditorium. It's still early, but there we go. So thank you for coming. Thank you for waking up. I would also like to welcome all the online viewers and people who might be watching us in the future. So the symposium is organized with the help of the Institut de Recherche en Art et en Design, IRAD, so HED's Research Institute, of which various members will also moderate some of the sessions and otherwise participate in the symposium. Before I go any further, I would like to invite Gilles Forster, the scientific adjunct faculty of HED, to say a few words.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gilles Forster, and I'm Director Lada Umstetter Deputy. Lada Umstetter is sick and can't be here with us today. She regrets her absence and sends her greetings to all of you. Welcome to HED Genève. Welcome to local and online audiences. Welcome speakers, workshop hosts, and participants. In October 2022, HED Board of Directors was confronted for the first time with the issue of artificial intelligence. In response to a request from teachers, it was asked to give its a position on a practical project involving the use of new software. This was before the explosion of ChatGPT and Midjourney, and we knew little about the potential of this technological revolution. So, behind dealing with this particular case, it's essential for the school to take a thematic approach to the coming revolution in artificial intelligence. To do this, HED can count on the real skills of a number of teachers who are perfectly aware of these transformations. A few weeks after the arrival of Lada Umstetter as director of HED, we devoted a day of reflection to these topics. An action plan was drawn up. How can we integrate these issues into basic training? How can we ensure ongoing training for teachers, administrative and technical staff? How can HED be profiled as a center of competence in artificial intelligence? What are the legal and pedagogical implications for skills assessment? HED's agility is impressive. In just a few months, the school has rethought itself and transformed its idea into concrete action. Artificial intelligence is now an integral part of our students' curricula, and not just in digital arts or media design. The success of ongoing training courses for both staff and professionals is notable. Research projects are immediately launched, particularly in the field of cinema. A fundamental reflection is underway on the possible consequences for evaluation methods. Our objective must remain to train artists, filmmakers, and designers in the relevant use of AI. To achieve this, we can draw on Head's digital schools, which is in the process of becoming a real skills center. It's against this backdrop that Head has prepared Assembling Intelligence, this international symposium bringing together artists, designers, and researchers to explore alternative perspectives on AI. These are all intellectual, ethical, and creative issues that a school like Head must address critically, but also prospectively, to make them a field of exploration for tomorrow creation. I would like to end my speech with some thanks. Thanks to Vytas Jankauskas, head of Digital Pools. Thanks to Chloé Michel, to Cyrus Logdonay, to Anthony Mazir, and many others who were involved in the organization of this symposium. Thanks also to the technical staff, in particular from Frederic Tran, Helder Santos, and many others. Thank you and good symposium.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Gilles. The idea behind the Assembling Intelligence Symposium, as well as the session teams, came together working with a good friend who unfortunately cannot be here today, Bogna Konyor, who is an assistant professor at NYU Shanghai. We were preparing a bigger project, potentially sort of bigger initiative, international initiative under the umbrella of Assembling Intelligence. And it's probably gonna evolve, so this is just like a starting point for what we're planning to do. And we were kind of we felt an interest to dissociate from the somewhat utilitarian definitions and deployments of artificial intelligence, usually conducted by Silicon Valley or through that type of mindset, and to give a bit of historical backdrop to the mindset. So John McCarthy, considered the father of AI, wrote in the proposal for the Dartmouth summer camp in 1954, and the camp took place in 1956, during which the field of artificial intelligence was sort of consolidated as a study. So the study is to proceed on the basis of the conjecture that every aspect of learning or any other feature of intelligence can in principle be so precisely described that a machine can be made to simulate it. An attempt will be made to find out how to make machines use language, form abstractions and concepts, solve kinds of problems now reserved for humans, and improve themselves, end of quote. McCarthy later has given a couple of reasons for using the term artificial intelligence. The first one was to distinguish the subject matter proposed for the workshop from another field called automata studies, which was this esoteric math field at the time. And the second one was to escape the association with cybernetics, also a very prominent field at the time, which studied complex feedback systems in machines and beyond. So nearly 70 years later, it gives us a hint why artificially intelligent systems do what they do today, as in try to decompose a human activity into smaller chunks and simulate them. Taking into account the variety of sociocultural, environmental, political issues, many previously discussed in other conferences, whether that be art or not art-oriented fields, some of which will be also reiterated in the upcoming days, these 2 days actually, that have arisen over the decades trying to fulfill this desire of simulation. Assembling Intelligence instead aims to collect peculiar puzzle pieces from all over in which alternative approaches to AI are discussed, explored, or maybe have been forgotten or otherwise neglected. Over time, through the interests and international links of our faculty, we hope to establish collaborative research in different regions, always through this lens of art and design. As we get ourselves ready for the next GPT in the GPT saga by not-so-open AI, we attempt to create some anchors for conversations taking place in school, whether those be driven by curiosity or uncertainty. And we also want to take a little step back. There are certain dominant discourses at the moment, which might be AI as complex probability theories, otherwise known to some as stochastic parrots. There's also a discourse of AI, post-human gods, etc., etc. I think it kind of needs we were trying to make a little bit of space, like form a little cyst, exploring sort of what alternative definitions or alternative perspectives of AI could be. And I think I wanted to quote a workshop description by Dominika Czubkova, who's gonna do a workshop this afternoon, who says, prior knowledge of AI is not necessary. In fact, not having one may serve as an advantage. Assembling Intelligence also seconds this in an attempt to speak to as many departments as possible, and we therefore ask for their advice. So thank you already to the leads of departments and to professors who suggested maybe some films to watch or maybe some speakers to invite. The mix of academic, we have a mix of academic and non-academic presentations, which means that digital pool is actually more of an applied entity. I'm not a sort of strict academic, so for the academic coherence, we're leaning on IRAD. And for these reasons, the selection of speakers will also be very diverse, from names who may have been in many AI-related events, art and design-oriented or not, scientists and speakers, artists, to less known names who have been engaging with AI in peculiar ways, and to people who a priori have little to nothing to do with AI, but somehow radiate this vibe of what AI could be. And just a little overview of the sessions. So the first session, Alternative Histories, built on established ideas, such as, for example, Jason Lewis's and collaborators' essay from 6 years ago called Making Kin with the Machines, which talks about how indigenous cultures, for example, or minor histories could be much more appropriate in accommodating what is to come, so different systems of AI as non-human entities. Also, in a more recent article on The Atlantic, Matteo Wong writes about how some famous AI model, doesn't specify which one, describes Fon. So Fon is a language spoken in Benin and neighboring countries. So the model describes it as a fictional language, and many languages are disappearing in mainstream AI systems, and AI works best in English, cementing a certain cultural bias, just as this conference, by the way, and which at the basis was marketed as to benefit the humanity as a whole. So through mainstream AI, we once again observe a certain hegemony and maybe even a soft cultural cleansing. We will therefore look at how different intellectual histories, alternative sources of AI, to those coming from Silicon Valley, alternative ideas, maybe lurking in stories or myths, perhaps in lost futures, could be resurfaced. The second session, AI intimacies, to some might seem as a more niche among other more general encompassing topics. But in Designing Neural Media, an essay written for Gropiusbau, artist and writer K. Elado McDowell writes that because the models speak like ourselves, they seem to be ourselves. He says we might call this view model as self. And as our machine selves rapidly come into this world, whom we fear or fall in love with, how do we make sure our shifting, evolving perspectives towards ourselves and our bodies, our relationships are incorporated and represented? How do we make sure to transmit non-binary discourse to otherwise binary machines? For the open source session, we will talk about manuals, toolkits, fiddling, and code sharing. Yavin Ben Hamou, Associate Law Professor at University of Geneva, asks, what is even open source when you talk about AI? Which elements shall be available as open source when we talk about artificial intelligence? Some people say that we're living in a photo camera moment with AI, and curator Kazis Varnalis calls it an HDR prosumer moment with high contrast and kitschy aesthetics. Furthermore, no camera intervened at such an early mental stage of the work, with so many unknowns at such quantities. Is this what we have imagined? When we look at photos generated with AI, we click generate again and we don't know which one to pick. It's like smelling too many perfumes. We will talk about how access filtering and sharing can be important parts of creative processes involving AI. Last but not least, the session on AI materialities, probably the most academically anchored one, will, as Nicholas Nova, its co-moderator, puts it, look at how Now that many of us know that AI and generally digital systems and algorithms require many physical resources, have physical assemblies with stacks of GPUs and servers, how do we position ourselves as artists and designers? From cobalt and tantalum mines exploited in countries like Congo to build GPUs for training machines, to shadow economy of dataset labeling, melting glaciers, how much does using AI weigh on us? What strategies and boundaries should guide us? Anyway, I wish all of us an open mind and spirit. There's a chance that because we're very interdisciplinary in this symposium, some things might get lost in translation, but we're not here to look for very precise definitions, but rather to explore alternatives, and as I said, take a step back. And with this dodgy conclusion, I politely wash my hands, and I invite Anthony Masure to introduce the first session. Anthony Masure is an associate professor and dean of research at the HED Genève. His research focuses on the impact of artificial intelligence and blockchain technologies and what sort of impact they have upon art and design. He is the author of essays Design and Digital Humanities in 2017 and Artificial Design Creation versus Machine Learning in 2023. He is also the co-founder of research journal Back Office. Anthony.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome also to the people who follow us online. I also have a bunch of thanks for you, Vytas, Chloe, and Cyrus. Without you, this symposium wouldn't have been possible. I'm the Dean of Research at HED Geneva. Basically, it means that I'm managing all of the research projects of the teaching staff, and my own research focus mainly on social, political, and aesthetic implications of AI and blockchain, which is a good idea for today and tomorrow. At HED Geneva, as my colleague Jill Forster just said, we launched an action plan in January 2023, which gather a lot of actions, and I will help you to have a tour on this action plan. First, we have a new bachelor course since last September, run by Chloé Michel and Guillaume Leu. It means that each BA student at HED can follow this new course. It's 3.5 hours per week. Within this course, they are able to discover these technologies, go inside the ethical implications, and go beyond the commercial services of AI, or such as dominant AI. Yes, here it is. Then we have a continuing education program, which was a huge success, we could say this. The first step is to teach our staff. That was made with Chloé Michel, with a set of training days dedicated to our colleagues, included the administrative staff, which is important to not separate teaching and administration. And we also have a continuing education program open to everyone interested. It's a 4-day module run by Etienne Miner. He's amazing if you don't know his work yet, and Douglas Edric Stanley. We already did a few sessions, and people were able to produce that kind of things, fictional teasers for Netflix. And the next sessions will happen in the next months. There are a few slots already available, so you can find more information on the website of HED Genève. Also included into the AI action plan, we are doing a few research projects. The first one was done by myself in the last years, called Design and Machine Learning, funded by HESSO, the umbrella of HED Genève, if you don't know it. The goal was to explore the issues and potentials of generative AI for graphic design, or graphic designers. First, my colleague Alexia Mathieu, the head of Master Media Design, did a lot of interviews with artists and designers in Europe. Some of them will be there or already be there for the symposium, such as Nadia Pied, of AIXdesign.com. And thanks to these inputs, I was able to write a short essay published last year by Ed Publishing. It's all available on open access in a lot of formats, included audio. If you don't like to read, that's the good news. You can hear the book on Spotify or YouTube. And my colleague Douglas did a website for the project, and the website got a kind of strange layer with AI. So basically, you can augment every part of my book thanks to ChatGPT and Dolly in real time. So if you don't agree with me, you can ask an AI to reframe my sentences. Also, two colleagues of mine did a communication campaign for this project. They use a clone of ChatGPT and a kind of very basic 3D AI to build a set of posters. We were awarded at Festival des Arts Graphiques de Chaumont last year. And that was the first project. The second project, also run by myself, but mostly done by my colleague Guillaume Helleux, is a kind of open source recipe book to teach AI in art and design school. I was inspired by my colleague Nicolas Nova. And it will be published in the next weeks. We are close to the end. So basically, it's a set of exercises we did in the bachelor course, but we document them and make them redoable with other schools. We worked with École de Condé in France to improve our teaching. And we will share it in as open access, as we already always done in research. Next project is Playable Cinema, led by my colleague Douglas Edric Stanley. It's based on a relationship between cinema and video games. And the goal is, it's difficult to explain, but it's to bridge the fields of video games and cinema. It's based on previous projects, such as that one, Inside in 2022, where you can basically play a video game while watching sequences of a film, or you can watch the film, and it will generate also the frames of a video game. So it's a new way to browse pictures into these two fields. And it will improve that kind of method thanks to this research project. Next and last one is Datacraft, thanks to Alexia Mathieu. The goal is to explore the potential of a dataset designed by artists and designers, because, as you may already know, commercial AI is based on a kind of black box dataset or huge dataset, but a promising way of doing things is to control and to master the dataset. But it's difficult to know how to start, how many data do you need, what kind of data, do they have to be cleaned or not, and we will struggle that kind of issues thanks to this project and publish the results as a kind of Datacraft handbook. Next item, we also are doing strategic intelligence with a French colleague, Floris Soudet. We analyzed a lot of papers to discover and to analyze the kind of patterns people or academic or journalists are saying about AI. It's released as an open source on my own website. What are the next steps of our action plan? Two items, there are others, but I have to be short. I'm pleased to announce to you that Assembling Intelligence is moving to San Francisco this summer. We will exhibit a bunch of works of research projects, bachelor and master works. Also, we will do lectures and workshops with Douglas Edric Stanley, and I will participate as a kind of sabbatical impact in SwissNext headquarters in San Francisco, and the exhibition will take place from August to November to 2024. Also, for people who don't have enough with these 2 days at ED, there is a third and bonus day on Friday at Unigeux with my colleagues of Renaissance Numérique, a think tank based in Paris, and with a lot of academic and commercial partners. We will dig into the law aspects of AI and the regulation of AI. So we are welcome to join us on Friday in Geneva. The symposium, we are already here. It was also part of our action plan. What do I expect, or what I don't expect in this symposium is this. I did a small bingo yesterday evening, so I don't want to hear that kind of sentence, but always you are free to speak as you want. So it's a kind of tropes. I hope we will go beyond. So AI will replace humans. AI is just a tool. AI takes us away from the real world. AI will always be inferior to us. AI will solve all of our problems. AI makes everyone creative. AI is only Silicon Valley. That's a good one for this session. AI is like magic, or AI will always be better. Basically, with Cyrus, Vytas, and Chloe, we started this symposium to go beyond that kind of cliché. And the main question is maybe that one. How can we improve the quality of work instead of improve the precarity and the lack of quality? A good quote of people I very like, Gunpei Yokoi. It was the father of the Game Boy. The Game Boy is 35 years old this week. And Gunpei Yokoi talked about a way of lateral thinking. And I think it's a good way to start to reframe the dominant discourses about AI today. So the first session, as Vytas said, is the Interdisciplinary Histories of AI. We will try to go beyond that kind of things, such as the dominant discourses of Silicon Valley. Because public AI discourses is dominated by both anxieties and techno-positivism, roots into the Western ideology, and thanks to an amazing range of speakers, we will try to go beyond this. So we are very pleased to welcome Computational Mama for this session, Egle Kulbokaite and Tariq Krim, and we will start with Computational Mama, who are coming from India. We are very happy to have you today. Ambika, also known as Computational Mama, explores coding, art, and generative AI as a form of camaraderie, friendship, motherhood, and self-care. She develops and facilitates beginner content and workshops for creative computation, new approaches to computational thinking, and the use of generative AI tools. Her generative AI work explores the biases inherent in large data and generative AI, and she has been exploring the spaces where motherhood and AI converge. Also, Ambika will run a workshop tomorrow. I think it's already full, but I'm not sure. So, Ambika, the floor is yours, if you can join, and thank you very much.
So basically this next and back, that's it, right? Okay. I'm way shorter than most Europeans. So thanks, Anthony, for the very nice introduction, and Vytas, Chloe, and Sai for inviting me all the way. And a special thanks to Alexia and Douglas. I know I've been kind of working with them in the past to head stuff. So that's very exciting. I'm going to talk, okay, how do I can't move this, I'm going to move here. I'll talk a bit about why I've called this presentation Measuring Silences. Actually, it's a phrase kind of directly coming from the essay, Can the Subaltern Speak? Although now, in most academic circles, even in India, quoting Spivak cannot necessarily give me the best points. But Gayatri Spivak, who's also very well known for translating works of Derrida into English, wrote this essay called Can the Subaltern Speak? And I think that's the kind of convergence that I'm looking at, like where is motherhood and AI, and where are these absences in that? I have a few notes, but maybe I think I'm going to open the presentation on my phone because I'm not able to really get a hang of this. Just give me a second, please. Right. Okay. So usually I always start with a sense of who I am, because I think that's really like ingrained in my practice, the personal part of it. So I'll give you a sense of where I live. Okay, why is the clicker not working? Oh, okay. So I live in this kind of smaller town in the west of India. It's called Udaipur, and very much like Geneva, it has a bunch of lakes in it. And that's my partner and son. My partner actually lives in Amsterdam. So I live in an intergenerational home. It is full of mothers and one little child. So that's my grandmother on the extreme in the red scarf. She's 90, she'll be 90 this year. And my mother, who's now 63, and me and my son, who's now 6. So this idea of like looking at intergenerational and interdisciplinary is kind of embedded within my personal. And my journey didn't start as a person who knew computation or even anything about computers for that matter. I was an art director in museums. So much of the 10 years of my early career were built around this idea of taking history and putting it in an exhibition space. So I've made museums that are up to like say 10,000 square meters, right up till things that are about 100 square meters even. And then they are usually a mix of very high-tech integration with very, very rich craft cultures. For example, that middle image which you see, it has this, this little kind of ceiling which is made of fabric. It took about 10 craftsmen 6 months to embroider that. So that was the pace with which I was working. And this museum itself, although I worked on it for 3 years, it took us about 7-8 years to build the whole thing. So my pace was very, very different, and of course very different from the ChatGPT of the world, where I barely put in a sentence and it gives me an answer. And a very small museum in Rajasthan, which is where I live, close to my home, called the Rajasthan Rural Arts Program Museum, which was about living folk artists of Rajasthan. So we did a little bit of a storytelling of their background. I'll come to why I'm talking about this, but I also have to fill 30 minutes, so I'm going to like go into detail. So it kind of looks at their histories and how they've kind of been adapting to new cultural contexts and the contemporary, and working with folk art and the contemporary. And they also donated their instruments, so it was a very interesting mix of things. But this is very far removed from my practice now. But what used to happen was when I was building these museums, because it was a mix of research and art direction, I spent a lot of time trying to find the right references to put in the museums. And typically, these references were not found in India, but were found in archives of Western universities, in British Library, in looking at the archives there. So much of my time went just surfing the internet looking for these references. So here you can see that, say I wanted to do something which was referencing a miniature painting, I ended up looking at these digital collections. And what used to typically happen was that I would find that it would say the record is held by the British Library at the Asian and African Studies Department, now which obviously meant I couldn't go there. But it became this kind of typical thing where there was this wall between me and what I wanted to see. And I think that's kind of the thing that Vytas already spoke about, this black box of large language models and image models as well. And this image came to me for a small project that we were doing, which was a digital project for a medical museum. And it really struck me as this space where, you can actually see that they probably stood there for like a couple of minutes before that image was developed, because it was probably like taken from, one of those albumin kind of cameras. And you can see this kind of movement of that person on the right, that nurse that's there. And there's this cadaver, or I don't know, a patient, and people looking at it. And I thought that was really interesting in terms of how this lens of looking at things was coming to us, not from the way we perceive things, but from this very Western idea of what it means, this archive fever that typically Derrida talks about, that you're constantly collecting. This is a larger view of the image, if you want to see. So now, to me, what does this mean? Now, I'm not an expert in anything Derrida, but I really like this idea of this feverish context of like collecting data, which has been happening a lot over the last few years, of course. And I think Tristan Harris speaks very nicely about this, like a difference between traditional AI and generative AI, and how they all kind of base themselves on this large data set. And where is this data being held? We have no sort of real focus of that. We just feel it's ephemeral, but it's these large data servers sitting somewhere, taking over the environment in whatever way they are. And to me, this is very interesting because it's that same data set that's now emerging in Gen AI, and I think the news has been quite open about this. Like, people are suing OpenAI for taking over their data and like regenerating things and things like that. I mean, I don't want to go into that. But really, it came to me then, how can you measure these silences in AI? So particularly as a practitioner who has no institutional backing, I am an independent artist, how do you unearth this stuff? Like, I cannot sit and unearth what I want from 5 billion images in the data set that's used for stable diffusion. It will take me maybe 2 lifetimes. But how do I ensure that I'm able to kind of get what I want out of it? And now this harkens back a bit to my time as an art director. Like, you know how to make your team member work and get the right thing out of them. And I think AI prompting can be quite similar to that. So it started with this idea of like, how can I look at, how would I play this though? I don't know. If I just do next, will it play? Okay. So I was looking at this idea in early 2022. In fact, I was in Europe at that time, of what it would mean to, and in that time, everyone was saying, hey, if you're doing prompting, try in the style of Picasso or whatever. So I was like, okay, I don't want to do in the style of Picasso or whatever. I want to see what it would mean for me to understand my own representation through some artists who've spoken to me. So say I was looking at the work of Barbara Kruger or looking at the work of Amy Sherrill. And if you play it again, you'll see that, and also I think Alice Neal. So if you see the first few images have the very bold strokes of Alice Neal. Sorry, can you just play it again? Oh, the previous one, sorry. Yeah. And then as the AI image moves on, it's trying to do like this kind of image of what Amy Sherrill might look at in terms of motherhood. And now in both these images, of course, it's not so evident, but maybe when we go further, it will be. There's always this idea that the data set always ranks the portrait of the artist higher than the artist themselves. So if you're trying to get an image that looks like Picasso, sometimes you might just get an image of Picasso, or similarly of Amy Sherrill. So typically, if one did that style off or whatever, it would just end up giving you an image of Amy Sherrill rather than the image that you wanted. But as I was researching this, I wanted to go deeper into this idea of what it would mean for this connection between me, AI, and my present state as being a mother. And one day I was really upset because, my son had probably been doing something and my entire office space was filled with his stuff, and I felt like I was sitting on a pile of garbage. And the middle image was very much a part of this. I think some of you may have seen this in my presentation last year, where I put in 2 prompts. One said that a mother sitting in a child's room working, and the other was a mother sitting on top of a pile of garbage. And really, without my prompting in any way, the race of the mother changed on its own. And I don't really know why that happened, but my sense is that maybe the image data set that's collecting it tends to have this kind of, again, this sense of silences, that maybe it's only getting images of India and of other countries that are not the global north, where we are sitting in squalor or something like that. So it was quite interesting for me to see how that image turned out. And as I was exploring more, I wanted to see what it meant to understand birthing. And as is the case with Midjourney, immediately anything related to cutting, operation, cesarean, immediately I got a block from the moderator and said that, no, you can't do an image like this. Whereas I could see in that stream of images that other creators were generating lots of guns, a lot of guys with big muscles, and a lot of fighting and like tanks and whatever. So it gave me the sense that, okay, what does this mean? And like, what does it mean for me to keep unearthing these ideas? And that's what I've been kind of building across the last few years. Oh, Okay, sorry, I'm just gonna go back a little bit, yeah. So I started off with this very little experiment, which was like looking at one sentence and changing one particular word in it. So I started with, say, a woman giving birth in an operating theater. For whatever reason, the woman has no clothes. And then I said, okay, a Indian woman giving birth. And immediately it gave me this woman who was in a sari, but here I am not in a sari. And then I did Alice and Mrinalini and Fatima. So now Alice is a Christian name, so it gave me a more sort of, you can see that very beautiful Christian kind of lighting. And Mrinalini is a more modern name in India, so immediately the woman has a doctor's lab coat. So that context changes from what it means to be Indian versus what it means to be Mrinalini. And I think we've tested this out in various workshops as well, where someone wrote Alice versus if they wrote Alice Wong, or if they wrote Alice Sharma, it may give you a different kind of an image. So this kind of inherent idea that plays within the bias of the language and then converts itself into image is very interesting. And I think, as Vytas pointed out about English, it really is easy for me to do this because I grew up in a colonial English country. I mean, of course, we aren't colonial now, but the importance of using English for us as a status of class is quite high up there. And we learn English, when we are in kindergarten. So, which I believe doesn't happen in Europe so often. You learn it a little bit later. So, for me to wrangle any image out of the AI is way easier than for anyone who's not a native English speaker. And I will say that I'm a native English speaker. So similarly, when we did Fatima, it immediately gave me an image of someone who was sort of more covered in their clothing. And then I did David and I did Asim, and then again David gave me a more Christian kind of an image with that kind of glowing light of Rembrandt, and like giving me that idea. And then I go back to this sense of, okay, what would it mean for me to look at this idea as a larger, maybe as a speculative fiction? Like, what would it mean for me to create more images that kind of give me this essence of mothering that I'm unable to see in any AI image out there right now? So I started this kind of speculative project. It was called the Archive of Lost Mothers, and I kind of placed it in this context of, an archive was found of these post-human moms, like we are all post-AI, I guess now, and what would it mean? And usually, like, especially in moments of vulnerability as a mother, one often feels that, oh, what if I had more limbs, or maybe I was like double, like I want to be here at the conference, but I also want to play with my son. And I also want to type something out and figure out a bit of code. So this idea of like being one in multiple places, being one with many arms, has really been playing on my mind since the last few years, because I feel like I wish I had that kind of post-human evolution. So I thought, okay, let me just build it out as an idea what that would mean. So all these images that you will see now are AI generated, and I think it started like last year sometime. But even then you see that they have this kind of strange realism to them, which I feel like maybe even if I tried on my own to recreate them with photographs, I may not have been able to. So you're looking at this kind of dilapidated building. It's kind of in sort of 1960s, 50s of India, which has this like post-colonial look to it, and it's totally in ruins. And you go through this place and you find these old medical equipment and like this giant archive of images and medical annotations. And at that point, you start looking at these images. Some of them are Stable Diffusion, Midjourney. I don't want to go into that. But the idea was for like, how can I take these images, create a story around them, and build it into this narrative that almost feels believable. And perhaps in early 23, when I produced this project, there were many people who thought these were real images that I had found somewhere. So, and each of them, I've kind of given them an idea of, say, like the first one, if you see that this patient 43B from Eastern Rajasthan develops a giant glowing uterus on her head, it is a protective tentacle layer, and she's housed in a quarantine area with no access to conversation to others in the facility. Or the second one, which is from another, these are all real regions in the space where I live. Kotda is very close to where we are, which coincided with her 5th pregnancy. Her body started to grow tentacles from behind her shoulder blades. The team suspects that the evolution to multitask the several children and the high burden of the housework, relatives, and demands of her in-laws. The evolution resulted in a quick abandonment of her family, and she gave birth to a beautiful glowing octo baby, which passed at birth. So this idea is that, okay, though you got the evolution, but you were still abandoned by your family. So like, where and when does the work of a mother, like it never stops, it's and never outside of criticism. But I felt like it was an interesting place to play it out. I'll just leave the next few slides, you can read them yourself, I don't want to do that. Go to the next. Oh, it went on its own, okay. Right. Okay, so, but then usually for me, I feel like if I do a project, and since I understand a bit of code, it's always nicer for me to give it in the hand of the audience. And usually I like to do it on the web because I'm sitting all, like in some silly little corner of India where, I meet nobody except other moms when we like take our kids to birthday parties. So what ended up happening is that I thought, okay, what if this was a website, just like the websites that I, like traversed through the first 10 years of my life, like what does that mean? And then I created this kind of archive of lost mothers. It's got a gallery of these images, assuming that you're, like it has got millions and millions of images, like any British library or whatever. And I'll kind of urge you to try it, give me a minute. But as you go through the gallery, you'll actually see that in many instances, particularly the first few images which were from one particular model, all the women tend to look the same. And I think you'll see that if you like open it up. But recently I moved it to DALI, and the reason I'm not using an open source model now is also like, it encourages me to look at what the new closed source models are doing, how they are looking at images. And I think this particular reflection came from that news article which we read where somebody put that, Nazi uniform, and then there was like an Asian person in it, and there was a huge, I think it was a Google image generator. So if you look at this image, in no sense does it look archival. Like it is it's kind of cinematic almost. It has this kind of like starburst effect in it. And in fact, if you Google for 1950s Indian cinema and then add a keyword for the moon, you'll actually see that this image has a very close resemblance to that. And this image, I think, which was not created by me, but I think both images are created by others, but which is quite interesting, but I think in context, like, there are no yurts in India. So, like, I feel like this usage of the same tool across the globe, because I shared it with a bunch of friends across the world, and for them to use keywords that don't even exist within our local context was very interesting to see what that would affect and how that would make the archive. So basically now what I'll do is I've left the QR. It's just archiveoflostmothers.in. So maybe you guys can play with it for a moment and then see the gallery. I believe I'm not able to screen share, but perhaps it'll give you a chance to test it. Play, yeah. So you can just go down to the search section and add any kind of like evolution you feel maybe as a carer or a parent you may have wanted for yourself. You can try it now, it's live. And then, okay, so like glass birthing pod I wrote, I guess. Birthing room, okay. And then it'll give you an image. So the idea is that, you're searching for images, but it's generating an image every single time that you're there. So my thought is that, okay, what would it mean for you to collectively like do so many images, and then eventually for me to use those images again and recreate something out of it, or perhaps use the words that come from it. I'll leave it to you guys to try for like a minute, maybe. So if you head over to that gallery section in your browser, it should show you your image at the very bottom of that list, pretty much like this. And then with it, the story that's generated. So originally the stories were written by me, but now I've just trained ChatGPT to do it for me. Even that was a very interesting kind of so yeah, and as is always the case, I'm always so fast in conversation that I'm like, I still have 11 minutes, but okay. So anyway, so making a generative archive. So now I think the next vision for me in this idea is to like see what small image models can do and how you can train them to build your own fictions. So this could be like whatever the images that you've recreated in AI and like passed back, and that's the workshop that's happening tomorrow. Or it could be, you know, a bunch of images you want to bring in. For example, I did this with like 3 or 4 images from Midjourney, where I did like these archive of working moms sitting with typewriters, but also with the kind of tentacles coming out of them. And now I used 5 images to train it, and took me like maybe 20 minutes and $1. And now I can have like unlimited number of these kind of moms. So I found this to be a very interesting idea, that what would it mean for you to take on this kind of idea of like silences and kind of build your own AI out of it. And I think as is also, again, I keep going back to what Vytas was saying, that as the image models become bigger and more money is pumped into these data sets, you will see an immediate silence and this absence of these bodies that will I think they're going to emerge very loudly, but they'll still be absent. And it's happening anyway with language, but it'll happen a lot more with images. You'll see less and less of us and more of recreated, generated images that look just like they are out of a magazine or out of a film. So the idea is that maybe tomorrow's workshop is what we can do is try to make our own images of this kind. That could mean anything. They could be drawings even. But yeah, so I mean, I'll leave it at that. There was a small piece that I wanted to read out. Hopefully it's still there in my... So now I've also started to do this really silly thing where I like build rag bots, and I ask them questions when I'm not able to read an essay. I put in the subaltern speak essay, can the subaltern speak by Spivak, and I asked it what is measuring silences. So this is what the AI told me. Mind you, it is sort of citing from it. So in Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak says, can a subaltern speak? Measuring silences refers to investigating and identifying what is not said or actively omitted in discourse, particularly in the context of culture and imperial texts. This concept is applied to understand ideological structures that underpin historical and literary narratives, focusing on what these texts exclude or refuse to acknowledge. Spivak discusses this in relation to the social text of imperialism, suggesting that measuring silences can reveal a collective ideological refusal embedded within the codifying practices of imperialism. Measuring silences involves historiographic and critically disciplinary work to uncover and reinterpret these omissions, which are seen as and I love this, as a second level of abstraction or worlding of world. Furthermore, this approach is linked to the idea of what a work cannot say, which plays a crucial role in the analysis of ideology and literature. This entails examining the gaps and lacunae where the elaboration of utterance is carried out, suggesting that these silences are significant for understanding the underlying meanings and ideological orientation of these texts. Sorry, that's it. So thanks. My presentation is over now, and I hope I see you tomorrow in the workshop.
Oh yeah, it's working. See, we're getting more efficient. Are there any questions from the audience?
It's too early in the morning.
It's true. I know, for me as well. Any questions? Quiet still. I don't know. Do you think you will because you talked about you talked about using like open source AI to do this a certain archive, right? And then afterwards you said you passed onto another basically. Well, now you're using maybe DALL-E, right? Yeah. And so do you think like is there an act in this? I mean, you said that you're curious about it. You're curious about what's going on in there. Yeah. But I'm just like I was wondering about this infinite archive that is being generated, either through one model somewhere or through the other model. Yeah. And do you think about that? And like, and is the archive impacted by where you generated because the AI, that you use is kind of having its own say or style on it?
Yeah, actually, I really didn't mention it, but when you're creating an image with DALL-E 3 and you run through the API, you'll actually see that it takes your prompt, it revises the prompt to what it feels is the best, and then the image is generated. So, so this was something I found was very interesting. So it first takes my sort of very outlier opinion, rehashes it to being a very central opinion to how the LLM works, and then passes it on to the AI. So this idea that, two parts, of course. The first, that it's trying to put its own spin on what I have to say, so like it's kind of already correcting me almost. And then the second bit of it is that these like severally generated images, like it's going on. And I think we are all reading about how this kind of reinforced human learning feedback, that loop that happens when you say yes, that this answer was great or this answer was shitty. That itself is a bias of the data set, because if I am unable to access ChatGPT or DALL-E as someone who doesn't have access to that technology, what say do I have in what becomes good or bad in like a two-month period? Because 2 months ago I made an image, I said make an image of a woman, it was say a Western white person. And then now I'm doing it, it's giving me 4 options of variously people from various generations. But how do I know if this is the right representation? So immediately that feedback loop itself is so problematic. So I feel like if we don't use it to our benefit and like kind of hack our way into the system, those and kind of shun and say, no, we only want to use open source and whatever, we are kind of removing ourselves from that space and then maybe going into that AI bingo space that Anthony kind of gave, and not allowing ourselves to see what are the kind of alternative perspectives that we can get out of using something that's available within the mainstream. So that itself is for me a very interesting thing, that why did it give an image of this woman, kind of in this moonlight with the sparkly glow? Like, I didn't ask for that. So what happens there? So like, I think now those are the interesting boundaries that I'm interested to kind of dig deeper into. I don't know if that makes sense. So, yeah.
It does. No, and maybe just like a little follow-up question. Do you do any curatorial work on the archive, or is it just like, do you judge then the photos? Do you delete them?
No, I think that's the whole point of an archive fever, that it's just like you're just collecting feverishly. You're not really ever even seeing them. It's like clicking pictures on your phone. When do you really see them again? So I think for me that idea is interesting, that let's see how long it'll keep generating. But maybe eventually I might see them properly and be sincere about it, I think.
Any other questions? Oh, there's one.
Hello. A question from the YouTube live stream from Xavier Holbeck. did you create your own model? So we saw that you created a LoRa. Maybe you can explain a bit.
Yeah,
the
that's,
process.
I mean, that's more like, LoRa is more like, it's not your own model from scratch, but you kind of use a base model and then say, okay, only give me images like this, and then it kind of, I don't know, should I be a little more technical about it? I don't know. Is that the expectation of the question?
Yeah, maybe. a bit.
Okay, so I mean, diffusion is very simple. It's like if you put a drop of ink in water, and then it kind of diffuses. And then when you try to regenerate that ink blot, it's going to come out in a very different way. It's not going to, the construction will not be the same. So it's the same. It's 5 billion images which are diluted, and then when you ask for an image of a woman, it kind of reconstructs it based on what it understood. So what the LoRa is doing on top of it is just like, it's like maybe there's an artist who's really good at XYZ kind of drawing, and you told them, okay, I'm giving you these 5 drawings. Can you just practice on these drawings and give me more drawings like that? Just think about it like that. That's the easiest way to explain it.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Thanks.
All right. Enough torture. So, so there's also Tariq is here. Very nice. Hi. But we still moved the coffee break because we were not sure if Tariq would make it in time. So very nice to have you here. And so let's have a little coffee break for 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will come back with 2 follow-up talks in this session and then a panel. Thank you. So 10-minute break. 15. So just a little note, the coffee break is finishing in 8 minutes and 12 seconds. I said 10 minutes, but actually we decided to make it a little bit longer to stay on time. And also we will put a second coffee machine, the good news. So yes, thank you. So in 8 minutes we're back here. Yes. We're coming back from the break for the next two speakers and Anthony in between.
Yeah, this is the second talk. Thanks, everyone. Thanks also to the people online. We are still in the Interdisciplinary Histories of AI, and we are very pleased to welcome Tariq Krim, who is an entrepreneur, tech philosopher, and former tech advisor to the French government. Tariq's digital journey started in the 80s, exploring the computer underground, and has been a long-time advocate for a slow web and the ethical renaissance of the internet. He currently runs cybernetica.fr, which I'm a member of, a think tank and design studio at the intersection of technology, geopolitics, defense, and culture. So Tariq, if you want to join, and thank you to be here.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here. It's been the kind of a last minute. I took the train this morning, and it was flawless. It reminded me a quote by one of my heroes when I was a younger person, Ted Nelson, the original inventor of the hypertext, said to me, but I think it's the most important quote in design: the user is always in a hurry. It's when you're in a hurry that you actually know if the interface is actually good or not and works. The other interesting thing right now with AI is that it feels like the designers are always lazy in some ways. When we think about AI, and I'm sure a lot of you have been through this journey for years, a lot of it actually came from the movies. So I tried to make my best to create this anthology, call it Building the AI Canon Anthology. So one thing for sure, but we already know is, if it was created in Silicon Valley, it existed before in a film. This is, of course, the iPad in 2001. By the way, Samsung had to use this picture when Apple claimed, oh, we invented this technology and we are the only one. Of course. The other thing is that most CEOs have been influenced by everything that happened in the movies for decades, and they're playing with it. But so have we. And this is the question we have to figure out, is how we will understand the future based on what we've seen, and how do we evaluate the future vs what we've seen in movies before. So basically, what is interesting is pretty much everything in the AI space has been designed through pretty much everything in design of AI has been existing in movies. The user interface, of course, the voice assistant. It's funny now because when you see an old 80s movie with someone talking to a computer, just 10 years ago it felt weird. Now it's kind of course, it's normal. The conversational AI happened in ages. I mean, in the war game, I remember speaking with Joshua like he was a little kid. It's kind of a GPT. Robotics, of course, we've seen numerous robots. And in some ways, you know, when you look at how Star Trek portrayed the LLMs, it is very similar to the way neural networks are basically working. So there's a doomer narrative. There's this idea that is actually happening, especially over the last couple of years, like, you know, AI is going to destroy the world. And when you try to understand what's going on, why are you saying this? So I'd like to show you, it's a little piece of a movie that is a masterpiece in sci-fi from the 70s, Westworld, Michael Crichton. In that movie, there is a 26-second piece that I'm just going to play. And this is something that is, in a way, been vectored to promote the fact that we might get in an exponential problem. Can we play the video, please?
We aren't dealing with ordinary machines here. These are highly complicated pieces of equipment, almost as complicated as living organisms. In some cases, they've been designed by other computers. We don't know exactly how they work.
So this is this little line, apparently, when they made the remake, this was the one piece that they really enjoyed, and you know, this idea that the machine starts building itself and we are basically overrun. This has been an idea coming for a very, very long time. So one of the reasons also that AI is foreseen as mostly a bad thing is that if you look at the 4 or 5 movies, I included 5 movies because I believe that Forbidden Planet deserves to be in that list. It's a movie, you know, this kind of movies in sometime, it was made in the 50s and it looks like this is like 10 years, 15 years, 20 years ahead of its time. It was. But you also have 2001, A Space Odyssey, where suddenly the computer lies, the AI lies. So for decades, the work around AI has been pretty much seen as, perceived as negative. Then Star Wars came in with the droids, you know, R2-D2, our very nice and faithful companion. Then, of course, the Terminator ruined it again. And then the Matrix, you could say that pretty much, if you look at the most quoted movies in the space, AI is never really a good thing. I wanted to go deeper, and I wanted to present to you 10 trends with a bunch of movies. We're going to go through them that kind of shaped our vision of AI. So the usual and most well-known theme is, you know, the mad professor that is building this supercomputer that ends up ruling the world. This is part of the narrative of Forbidden Planet. But in some ways, one of the interesting, I'm sure many of you have seen a war game, but this idea that we created this supercomputer to run game theory, and then it's connected to the real world, I mean, the launching missiles. And suddenly the computer doesn't know if what he's doing is a simulation or the real thing. And of course, for him, or for it, maybe I should say it's the same thing. And the person who created this said, of course, I designed it for this, but the army never listened to me. And this is an interesting thing because everything that all the conversation we have today around how we're going to use and deploy AI in the real world are actually coming back from a long time. Colossus is the Forbidden Project is an absolute masterpiece that most people don't know about. It is the first movie about singularity. The pitch is very interesting. The US constructs this supercomputer that knows everything about the world except one thing. The Russian built this supercomputer, knows everything about the world except one thing. What is this one thing? They don't know about the existence of another computer. They join, they create a new language that humanity cannot understand, and then I'll let you watch the movie because it's a kind of interesting movie. But think about it, if one day GPT, Gemini, and all Llama and all these LLMs start discovering that they have brothers and sisters, and they just start connecting together and create this new narrative. I'm joking, this is real sci-fi. Person of Interest was very interesting. It's a TV show that, first of all, understood the surveillance, but also understood the idea of surveillance adapted to neural networks. And there was also this idea of, you know, we're building something, this thing goes beyond our control. And the creator always says in these movies, you know what? I believe in my machine. I will let it do it the way he thinks it should do it. And of course, it's not always the best. Great show if you haven't seen it. The other narrative that I always enjoy, of course, is the cyberpunk. A lot of the interest in the cyberpunk, both literature and movies. Unfortunately, in the movie era, cyberpunk has been very limited. But in the cyberpunk literature, it's a normal thing to live with AIs, around AIs, agents. I mean, everything that, you know, the Silicon Valley of today is trying to remarket already existed in all these books. And by the way, it was a little bit more sexy and interesting. So that was the age of, you know, all these...
denied. Access granted. Hotel Beijing selected.
One of the interesting things, by the way, in this cyberpunk is that the hardwired, first of all, it's a world of the future where we only have cables and there's no Bluetooth and none of these fancy things. It also has an interact to your body. And you can feel the pain if you've been hacked. Actually, the whole premise of the Neuromancer is if you actually crack a machine and you don't manage to do it, the machine can burn your brain. So Neuromancer, unfortunately, was never implemented. Chris Cunningham, the legendary video director, was attached to it. Everybody was attached to it, and it never came out. But Johnny Mnemonic is the closest thing. It's not an incredibly perfect movie, but it's a very enjoyable movie, and you have all the recipes. It feels a little bit old as well. You had another novel from Gibson, Neuro's Hotel, who had this same idea that, the brain become the courier. We're in a world where if the world around us cannot be trusted, the only way to trust the storage is your inner body. And this is an interesting thing because we are now living in a world where everything we see basically cannot be trusted. So there's going to be interesting. I think the renaissance of some of the ideas of cyberpunk are coming back. So obviously, each of us have been in some ways influenced by what I call the analog internet. Some people on the internet call it cassette futurism. It's this thing. What's funny is that we live in a world of artificial intelligence in an 8-bit world. And over the time, every decade we change the interface. But the idea that behind the machine there was an intelligent form, an interactive form, was there from the beginning. It took us time to question it. Alien, of course, is the prime movie. I've seen that when I was 10, and of course, all I thought was about how cool it would be to be in space with this world. And then there's a different approach to it. The Matrix is very, in a way, similar-ish, It's not analog stuff, cassette, it's CD-ROM, but it had this impact and the similar idea that we live in a world where, the artificial intelligence is in the back, but now it's a 90s approach and design. Ghost in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell is a perfect interpretation because it is even forward in the future, but had so many ideas. The idea that you connect your brain to the machine and vice versa, that you type in the network. Every recipe, all the visual education around how we would connect to the network come from this genre of movies. But things changed in the 2000s, I call it, we had cassette futurism, and now we have the glass work, when now everything looks transparent, and, every design change, and the entirety of how you interact with machines and AI has changed. Minority Report was, of course, the first one. Suddenly, we are touching things, It's years before the iPhone, but we live in a world of screens. The screens interact with us, we can touch them, they can react. We're moving from a very analogic way to a purely, internet, the new internet approach of things. Prometheus, same director as Alien, decided to go full glass, design and create new interface that where, the funny thing is this movie is supposed to be before Alien, but it's more futuristic, so you have all these kind of worries around the design. And when they did the second one, the sequel, they decided to go back to this more analog-ish internet. So what is fascinating is that we educated ourselves through the design, but we also see that the perception of design changed. Before Bluetooth, before wireless, everything had to be with tapes, people meeting to get a secret disk. Now everything can be just connected through modem or swapped with Bluetooth or anything. It's really funny how a lot of things we didn't see in the design are now we're trying to keep the same vibe, but trying to integrate the updated technologies. Avatar is a perfect mirror to this because James Cameron was very into the alien style in the very beginning. I mean, if you look at the Terminator and all these things, and then decided, okay, now it's time to switch to this new design. The design that we saw, the first screen that I showed you was from Westworld, the new Westworld, the show that came out a few years ago. In terms of interfaces, another interesting thing is that the 90s coincide with the beginning of VR, or what we call now the metaverse. And of course, a lot of this kind of interface where it's not only about being connected by touching, by pulling buttons, it's also having all the device and the tools allowing us to do this. So some films have been approaching this thing differently. It's not about I'm touching a screen, working with a computer, I'm going to merge with the machine. This is an underrated, incredible movie, by the way, where it's about immigration, it's about Mexico in the future, where you're not allowed to be in the US. So you just merge with a machine, a robot, that will do the job for you in America. And you're not allowed to cross. But of course, I don't want to spoil the movie, you should see it, it's underrated, small movie. But interesting approach about how, the merging of people and robots could be used in a political approach. Initially, one of the very first movie about this integration is The Terminal Man, Michael Crichton, again, Westworld, really thought about this idea that we could connect the brain, the physical brain, with an extra computer. This has been here forever. A show, I could have talked about the $6 billion man, but Steve Austin, but Jake was also this idea that, we do it in a different way now. We introduced nanobots, intelligent nanobots, and suddenly the person acquired like cybernetic superpowers, but also cognitive superpowers. You have that in a recent movie, Upgrade, suddenly, and this is an interesting story. If you merge the machine with the brain, who's leading the way? Is it the machine? If the machine wants to have fun and start to play with your body and control you to do things you don't really want to do? Or is it the opposite? You as a person corrupt the machine with all your envy, all your vice, everything. There's been several movies around this. Upgrade is a little bit in the second one. Gamer, also a fascinating idea. We live in a video game world. Why don't I get a prisoner and I just transfer my video game player into his body and I control him. And now basically, it's not only about a machine merging, it's about me using the machine to control another body as a puppet. Fascinating. Old school, a little bit weird, but classic cyberpunk Tetsuo. Beautiful movie with a similar idea, Wim Wenders. I don't want to spoil the movie. First of all, it's a very long movie, and I don't want to spoil it because it's worth watching. But that's the matrix of Wim Wenders until the end of the world. One of the other things about AI, of course, is the simulation. I call it the zoo simulation. Westworld was all about it, I think, Westworld was rewritten as another movie called Jurassic Park. It changed robots with dinosaurs. But he understood that as humans, we love to be in simulated world. That would be the future of the world. And by the way, everything we do now is semi-simulated. Avalon, the director of Ghost in the Shell, made an incredibly underrated movie. Unfortunately, it came before Matrix. A lot of people believe that Matrix kind of inspired itself. Similar idea. You integrate yourself in a simulation, and at some point, the question you ask is it a simulation or is it the real world? 13th Floor is about the same idea. Let me just go here. It's a remake of a movie called A World of Wire, Fassbinder. Imagine Fassbinder doing a Matrix-like movie. It's the same story. What happens if I realize that I live in a simulation? How does it work? Voyager has been, and Star Trek in general, had created this idea of a holodeck. It's a complete different way. You don't integrate in the VR world. We recreate a simulated world that is almost physical to you, called the holodeck. Incredible vision. So incredible that a lot of people are still thinking about, how can I build this? Another thing about AI, and this is going to be critical, it's the reverse Turing test. Basically, are you human? That was part of the play of Battlestar Galactica. I forgot to include Battlestar Galactica in this, so I had to put this photo. But of course, Blade Runner was initially the first movie to experience that. But think about it. Now you're going to talk to people on Zoom. You don't know if they're true or fake. The voice has been recreated. How do you know that's the person? How do you know it's a human person? This is the exact premise of Ex Machina that I'm sure many of you have seen here, where it's not the AI who's been tested, it's the human visitor. And it's fascinating because everything about Ex Machina is everything we see today when we use any of these AIs. What really scares me is when we give an AI a name. Suddenly it's he, she, it is it, of course. Little movie that came out very recently, fascinating Artifice Girl. It's an online AI that looks like a kid. It's been designed to go after sex predators who are looking for pedophile pictures. And the movie goes in a complete weird direction. But from what I heard, these kind of techniques are already used. With AI, intelligence services now can create online legends, individual avatars they can spread around. We can use this question. We can be interacting with what we think are humans and are not. They're agents, they're autonomous AI. We don't know what they want, what's the end game. The movies have been talking about this for ages. The other question that is interesting is this idea of how do you transfer, not merge. We talked earlier about merging, but how do you totally transfer in the machine? This is Tron, another movie that I've seen when I was 10. 1982 was a fantastic year for sci-fi. And before the cyberspace was even a thing, that most of us would actually read, William Gibson. This movie gave us this idea that at some point, maybe we won't live in a simulated reality or with a computer, but inside the computer. And that premise is fascinating because if you think about it now with the question about how do we preserve humanity, where do we go, how do we make sure that our brains are being conserved, people who want to live forever. A lot of this come from, that era where we kind of felt our body, our physical body, can be transferred in the machine. The question, of course, in the movie is how do you get back? Transcendence is very interesting, very underrated. You know, Transcendence came at the same time as Ex Machina, and that was the screenwriter for, I think, Christopher Nolan. It was not a great movie, but it had a lot of these interesting premise. One of them, by the way, scary, is like, if you want to stop the progress in AI, you have to kill all the scientists who do AI. And that kind of, you know, anti-futuritarianism in the movie was scary, because I always felt like at some point this could become a reality, but that's the initial premise of the film. And one of the only few genius surviving decided to transfer himself in the machine. And of course, it brings the question that is, if you live in the machine, can you remain a human person? This is exactly the sequel of the Lord Moorman I talked about earlier, where Job, that is the stupid person in the real world that moved in the cyberspace, become this warlord, this master of the world. In this world, he becomes God, and he loses part of his humanity as well. Virtuosity was a weird movie, it's a commercial movie, but similar idea, you know. You take a psychopath, you turn it into a robot, transfer it into a machine, and how does it work? Of course, the funny story is that in that era, and especially the end of the 90s, early 2000s, everybody was obsessed with this idea of, you know, what will happen with the transfer? Do we keep our insanity? Do we change it? How does it work? As I said earlier, Tron was the key paramount of this era. Robocop also is very interesting because, you know, it's a movie that also very underrated, very political. It's not science fiction anymore. You know, at the time they said Detroit would be privatized, and you know what? Detroit is actually privatized now. It was this idea of how, when most of your senses are removed, how do you behave? How do you stay human? And I think this is a question that is still very up to date. I've put Max Headroom because Max Headroom is similar vibe, absolutely cult. It could be in any of the different sections, but I couldn't put it out there. Battlestar Galactica had also this offshoot series called Caprica, and the entire idea of that show was the merging of a person and a machine, and the father of his daughter is being merged with a machine, and he wants to sell this machine to the militaries, and there's interesting intentions, but there's also an interesting approach of how you behave. The interconnection between machines and humans are fascinating. A very weird thing as well in movies, because movies have been looking at everything. It's the human desires of machines. You know, machines want to become human. That's the premise of AI, artificial intelligence, the movie that should have been made by Stanley Kubrick. Unfortunately, we had, we had Steven Spielberg, but I still wonder like what this movie could have been if Kubrick has made it. Daryl, similar vibe, 80s vibe, you know, this machine that looks like a kid, and that kid just want to have a normal life, but in the same time is a secret machine from the government. Tough life in the 80s, right? And Alita for the younger generation, similar story. It's been told over and over. Or iRobot. What is interesting with iRobot, but also interesting with the book, is that the main character is a psychologist of robots. And this idea of, you know, learning how to be more humans means also for the robots learning how to behave in a human world. And when you think about, you know, all these Amazon places where you only have robots, but are now become very unsafe for humans, the question we could ask ourselves is, are we designing a world where robots can interact with humans, or are we designing a world where humans are trying to figure out how they can stay alive in a world designed for robots? Chappie, similar vibe, different. I don't think it's as good as iRobot. Beast and a Gentleman, similar story. The machine has to be, you know, the friend. And are we really friend with a machine? Can we really be friend? Can you be friend with, can ChatGPT be your best friend? Maybe when you're cheating at school, but beside that, can it be? It's a very good question. Crazy movie. I watched part of the previous talk, and this is the idea of a computer wants to make love to a woman to have a kid with her. Sounds crazy. The woman is really Christy, so it's less crazy, of course, when you think about it, but completely off the rail, but fascinating, sorry, about this fascinating movie. The last thing, and for me, I believe it's the most important thing today, it's the question of how do you perceive AI in movies. It feels friendly, it feels hostile, but the question that we also have as humans who design products, because I think a lot of people in this room are designing application, it's the question of, do we make it look like it's a human, or is it a machine? In Alien, there's no doubt, it is a machine. In artificial intelligence, it's not clear. Her was of course, one of the very first movie to kind of remind us, a prophetic movie in some ways, because when you look at all the list of movies, it was just there. And I think what Spike Jonze perceived that movie that was stronger than anything else is the loneliness, a generation that is so lonely, but at the end of the day, these are the only things that are real true friends. They're the only one who are here when nobody else is here. And I wonder sometimes if you should just have a E at the end of the title and just have it here. I am here for you, or not. More recently, the creator, similar story. This is the biggest threat to humanity. It looks like a kid. It's kind of been used over and over, but it's always interesting to see that if the director managed to fool you, and this is going to be a question that each of us will have with all these apps that are about to come and flood the market. Can they really fool us into being our friends? Do they behave like humans or not? I put Simon here because it's also a very interesting movie about the deep fakes, because I talked about the anthropomorphism for that are designed to be friends. The question is what happens if it is designed to defeat you and we are creating on a purpose a fake person that is a robot. Anyway, that's all for it. I have one just thing to say. I believe that the best AI regulators have been all these movie directors and writers over the last 5-6 decades, because at the end of the day, most of the understanding culturally of AI come from movies, not so much from regulation. Thank you so much.
Any questions in the audience, on the chat? Mood. I can kick off again.
There's this question behind,
I
think.
Hello, thank you. I was just wondering, on each film you added a rating. What do you base it off?
That's a very interesting question. I forgot to talk about it. The rating has been attributed by ChatGPT. I was just wondering, I had a list, and I decided to ask him, okay, just do me a plot, tell me what you think about it, and give me an AI rating of each of them. And it did. And that's it. I just found it fascinating because I was 90% in agreement with it, and it's a scary thought in some ways.
Thank you. Could you please later share the list of the films, because I could not note all. And secondly, in the state of Geneva, in partnership with this school and University of Geneva, they organize a cine club technology on future of the society. Yesterday we saw war games, so and after that there is a debate, and it's also very interesting how those old films can can be so actual, in fact. So please share the list with us. It will be very grateful. Thanks.
Yeah, I will do. I would just say I could have put 100 movies. There's a lot of movies that are not touching AI, or probably a lot of, by the way, I missed. But what is fascinating is the questioning, because in some time when you talk about, do you know, the rebirth of AI everywhere, etc. A lot of the journalists or the tech world is treating the audience like they are newbies. But the reality is we've been thinking about all these things for years. And what is fascinating is now we can foresee some movies, as you said, old movies, felt completely out of point. Any movie where you talk to a machine or where you have interactions, even brain control look like something completely insane. Not so much now. You have studies. I've met someone in Toronto. They say we're bound to learn how to write in your brain. I was like, really? That sounds like, and I had 10 movies ahead, and she said, yes, exactly. So there's been a prescience in these movies, and I think it's very important to go back in the past, first of all, because they're great movies, but also to realize how visionary certain writers and directors and designers, because we always forget that in these movies, a lot of young designers started having ideas, and that's why they're so interesting. And this is a combination. I also wanted to talk about this in a way to remind us that the knowledge is not like a few hundreds of people in the valley who would know everything, and the rest of the world do not. The reality is that the future is already there. It's not evenly distributed, but the same with these movies.
Thank you, Tariq. Visuals are crazy, and I wish I would have more time like you did to watch all of them. Question which is more about the present. This year is really particular because you have companies like Figure who received 600 million to develop robots, physical robots. So before we just had one company, Boston Dynamics, but suddenly we have like 15 startups building robots. So we might see robots, humanoids with the same physics attributes, meaning body size, peaking, very, very tall. Do you think they're gonna be free to move around in Europe, in the United States? I know that you are very looking at also the topic of data, GDPR and so on, and I'm really curious about this.
No, it's very interesting. The question is of course fascinating because this is the new thing in AI. Is basically over the last LLM are kind of boring now. It's about LLM of the real world with robots. But that's why I love the movie Sleep Dealers, because it also posed the question, we're living in a world where the population, active population in the future will be smaller. So there's going to be a gap. And that gap there's going to be a knowledge gap, but also a workship gap. Everywhere, even in China and anywhere in the world, the question is, how do you build robots? Is it a distributed model where every country, every company has the control of the knowledge? Or is it like a cloud model where one company runs all the knowledge of every company and all the robots are just, puppets that are as a service. The same way we had cloud software as a service, we're going to have workforce as a service. And the question around this is also, for me, most importantly, the question of the culture of a company. When you have a company, there's a majority of the things you do like the others, the accounting like the others, and there's one or a set of things that you're unique at. That's why people buy you. That's why they want to go to you. And the question is, if you productize that unicity and you make it as part of someone else's value, the same way that if you have exclusive offer rights on something and suddenly it's been digested by LLM and spitted as some generic stuff, how much do you lose? And I think this is you're absolutely right. It's a critical question, and I wish we had more today movies that include AI, sci-fi, and social question, large social question, like we had in the past. Sorry.
I think there was there a question here on this side? No? Okay.
Thank you for your talk. I'm really curious. So yes, science fiction shapes a lot of our perceptions around technology, and very often they're actually quite dystopian. Like a lot of these movies specifically, they're really bleak. In my opinion, like I would not, you know. I'm really curious if there's any movies or like any, you know, you can speak to media more broadly, that portray futures or present, whatever realities that you like, that you would like to live in. You know, some more, I guess, solar punky or utopian, protopian. I don't know, any that come to mind that are less bleak visions. I would love to hear.
So it's very interesting because don't forget in these movies there's two things. There's the general vibe of the movie. If you take Star Wars, for example, it's not the best time to be in the rebellion. But you also have the other question that is the relation between the man and the machine. That was more the study of his talk. And in Star Wars, it's a very positive thing. They're very helpful. They're willing to sacrifice for you. You have a very strong connection. For me, it was a complete change from 2001. Basically, is the machine can lie and kills you. That was the pitch. And this is a very interesting question because I believe that one of the things, a few films I've seen, especially Blade Runner, but most films have forgot is the concentration of power. In Blade Runner, you have this corporation, there's the Tyrell Corporation. Tyrell Corporation, in some way, is Google, Palantir, Tesla, etc. These are like whatever this company is doing. And because the control is over a few number of people, suddenly the technology is changing toward their wish. And I think that the real learning of all these movies was, first of all, about the potential problems or not. But the real question, I still believe the real question is who controls these narratives, who controls this machine, what is the alignment they have? Are they alignment for humanity or just for a few people? And that only a very little amount of movies have done that, because as you know, a lot of movies are Hollywood movies and they don't go against the narrative of, you know, hyper-concentration of capitalism. But I think that's the most important thing. And the relation between machine and humans is, in my opinion, completely related to the ability to have a decentralized machine that you control, or autonomous that control itself if it exists one day. And something that works for someone else. And most of the dystopia are all about this, you know, there's a that's why I started with the mad professor who control everything, and then he decides, the Tyrell Corporation decide what the replicant do. And the beauty of Blade Runner is say, you know what, I have a limited life. I would just like to live for a bit. And that was fascinating.
Thank you.
Okay, last question, and then we move on, but there will be a panel.
Okay, so Mr. Krim, thank you so much for the presentation today. And so far, all of the movies we see today are about the human perspectives on artificial intelligence. But I'm just thinking about, what if one day the artificial intelligence are strong enough that they create some movies on new topics to humans? And that will be a really strange thing about, because so far we haven't seen any entire movies created by AI. So how should we treat these movies differently with those created by humans?
This is a very interesting question. This is not the topic of this conversation, but I did a topic a couple months ago called Colonization in Reverse. Is AI treating human knowledge as indigenous? Are we the new indigenous in this new synthetic world that sounds 10, 100,000 times bigger than what we had? And is our own culture, the physical culture, going to be an historical artifact? And I may answer by saying that one of the problems the movie industry has today is that it's not an AI-based system, but it really looks like it. If you look at the big corporation, the Disney, the Marvel, it feels like everything is the same. Everything could have been written by ChatGPT. The design, the interface, the storytelling is kind of bland and generic. And in some ways, I want to go back to what I said earlier, I think this product can make us extremely creative, or they can make us extremely lazy. And the laziness is something we have not seen much in the movies, unfortunately. That's why I believe that the best non-official sci-fi movie about the future is Idiocracy. I don't know if any of you have seen it. A world where in the future everybody is so stupid that we cannot really proper ourselves. And this is a very interesting question. But for me, the impact of AI on the cinema industry, more than any other industry, is going to be fascinating. But it's an ongoing story, as we say in the press.
Thank you. We will have an opportunity for more questions as the panel kicks off, but we are moving on to our final speaker of the session. And thank you, Tariq.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. We all are taking away the don't be lazy part.
Our next speaker is Egle Kulbokaite. Egle is graduated from the Royal College of Art in London, the RCA, in 2012, and with Dorota Gaweda, who is not here today. They work in multiples across performance, painting, sculpture, fragrance, video, and installation, where language breaks down and one genre morphs into many, transfusing different bodies of knowledge across space and time. Dorota Gaweda and Egle Kulbokaite nurture a research-based practice that waves together seemingly disparate fields: ecology and technology, science and magic, non-human intelligence, and shared speculation. Egle, thank you very much.
Okay, I try. Nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Egle, as you have mentioned. I'm part of the visual arts duo, Egle Kulbokaite and Dorota Gaweda. I will be presenting our practice and our artistic research for our duo. So we've written a text together, so this time I will be reading. I'm Lithuanian, Dorota is Polish, but now we're based in Basel, not too far from here. Okay, so I begin. What I begin with is one of our works that Dorota and I created together last year. It's called Mouthless Part 3. The Mouthless series, in the broad sense, aims to critically audit the history of the Western landscape painting tradition, and through this research explore the formation of the concept of nature as that which has traditionally been defined as alien, outside to the subject, in an effort to better understand the current ecological crisis. Mouthless also looks for inspiration in the folk horror genre, seeing it as a vehicle for looking into the fear which is attributed to being outside or other, norm, society, and otherwise. Horror and folk horror in particular embodies an explicitly ecological worldview in which human and nature, human and non-human, are thoroughly imbricated. Within this aesthetic, we try to consider the construction of the deviant subject and conversely, monstrification and othering of nature as intertwined phenomena.
Jakub Searle is a revolutionary who has two souls. He is believed be an upure or a ghost. I can't recall. His movements are full of joy and life, yet strangely eerie and overworldly. Some say that dancing he seems to be in a trance. And that his body contors and twists in ways that seem impossible. Others claim that they saw him dancing with the trees or with the shadows of the night. They said that his eyes would shine with an inner light and that his smile was both beautiful and chilling.
The experimentation with different AI tools such as GAN animations and AI-powered language models builds the non-linear narrativity of the video. Here in the short sample of our 2-channel video, Mahlas per 3, of 30 minutes each channel, the ChatGPT aims at recovering the story of Jakub Searle, a leader of a peasant uprising against the Polish gentry in Galicia in 1846. Creating our works, we often look into a broad range of literary and oral sources and are inspired by what writer Saidiya Hartman calls critical fabulations, a reparation of history through fiction. Hartman, in Venus in Two Acts, writes, "As a writer committed to telling stories, I have endeavored to represent the lives of the nameless and the forgotten, to reckon with loss and to respect the limits of what cannot be known. As I understand it, a history of the present strives to illuminate the intimacy of our experience with the lives of the dead, to write our now as it is interrupted by this past, and to imagine a free state, not as a time before captivity, but rather as the anticipated future of this writing." So, as you see, Mahlas per 3 is created in two different formats, 1920 by 1080 and this landscape format that you see here. The third in the series, Mahlas per 3, is a 2-channel video work that was developed with the support of the Inter-Hyper-Scientific Residency Program at EPFL. So this is the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne. This collaboration with scientific world is common in our practice. Maybe that's why we're here. The narrative of Mohlès Patrie builds across two channels as a conversation between two characters, an archetypal peasant and a landscape demon, or what could be their own second soul, encountered in the delirium of the heat. The fragmented conversation unfolds, dispersed in time and in the simulated settings of the countryside, developed with a 3D computer graphics game engine Unreal, and within the unstable contours of the two protagonists who progressively morph into one another and their surroundings. Introducing generative adversarial networks in the production of the animated imagery of weather effects, haunting the landscape and transformations of the characters depicted. The video threads a tense in-between ground amid nature and its artifice, fact and fabulation, between technology and magic, self and other. With Mohlès Patrie, we combine tropes borrowed from folklore with a critical investigation into historical romanticization of life and labor of the countryside and the stories it produces. Observing the escapist dream of society in the face of the climate and food crisis, with Mohlès Patrie, we want to seek alternative ways of understanding the relationships we could develop to the natural world. What you see here is the first presentation of the work at the EPFL on the EPFL campus at the EPFL pavilions. In Mohlès Patrie, we experiment with gun animations of implementing extreme weather events on the landscapes. Reading weather is like attempting to deal with missing parts of history, understanding that data that exists to serve an intended narrative of subjugation. We read in Sarah J. Grossman's Immeasurable Weather, Meteorological Data and Settler Colonialism from 1820 to Hurricane Sandy. And this is a quote. The following examples, which are in no way exhaustive, reveal how the material condition of a geophysical world of unlocked water was harnessed to enact harm while traveling hand in hand with scientific and often meteorological capture. 1. The British Empire utilized water and weather data for territorial expansion when, throughout the 18th century, the East India Company kept logbooks of the weather from 1786 to 1834 on empire voyages from southern English ports and the east coast of India, Indonesia, and southeast China. 2. The Dutch utilized weather journals on their colonization crusades to Java and elsewhere. 3. The United States used military forts across the continent as weather data collection stations, which aided in wartime and nation-building terrain advancement, indigenous dispossession, and settler world building. 4. The U.S. Air Force, and specifically the Air Force 14th Weather Squadron, collected upper air radio SCON data from Iraqi Meteorological Department, launches across the period of 1958 and 1989, which were used as a reference for flights during Operation Desert Storm in 1990-1993. The narrative of Mohlès Patrie is inspired by beings characterized by doubleness, simultaneously dead and alive, human and monster, capitalized history, and an anecdotal footnote. In this blending of identities, the peasant body proves to be porous, leaking and spilling into the world in the form of the upyor, a demonic figure of Slavic folklore, often defined as a prototype of the vampire. While Western Gothic vampire tales were considered in purely fictional terms, as the realm of Eastern European folk superstition, in the local context the upyori were real. Documented history tracks a range of the living dead, multi-souled and mutant figures across the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, in Ukraine, and surrounding areas from the Middle Ages to modern times. It is in this fusion between historical and fictional that the upyor encompasses a multiplicity of shape-shifting figures, from the main character of the archetypal peasant, bound to the land through serfdom, to other historical characters such as Jakub Szela, the leader of the peasant rebellion of 1846 in Galicia, or the instigator of the real phenomena of the dancing plague of 1518 here in Strasbourg. Fictional and folkloric references include John Polidori's Vampire from the homonymous 1819 short novel The Vampire, and Południca, the noon demon, besides a contemporary digital version of the upyor itself. Writer Alice Bucknell writes about the video. The final chapter of the Mouthless trilogy, drawing on a mythical Slavic spirit who haunts field workers at high noon, the film embraces a kind of quantum weirdness that confuses the boundaries between landscape and the body. Here, the same actor plays both demon and human. The artists invoke the double-channel video format, coaxing a false binary just to dissolve it. Pushing the confusion and generative capacities of mutation to their extreme, Gaweda and Kulbokaite position the viewer as both a witness and landscape, imbricated in this constant shifting of identities and bodies, all while it becomes unclear who here is the monster. And that's precisely the point. Animated by quantum theory as another means of glitching, the constructed borders between human and nature, the division between the first and second body, Gaweda and Kulbokaite's practice destabilizes the certainty of knowledge. The work opens a portal into possible futures that are more unruly and entangled, futures in which we are all imbricated. We read in Peter Nelson's Computer Games as Landscape Art, quote, while the enclosures acts of the 1760s had a dramatic influence over the socio-economic relationships of rural England, the more abstract capitalist division between a commons and proprietary boundaries has seen the notion of enclosure take on much wider significance in economic theory. In his 2017 book, Finite Media, Environmental Implications of Digital Technologies, Jean Coubet uses the enclosure history of landscape to discuss economic externalities in digital media technology, arguing that just as picturesque landscapes conceal their economic enclosures, our digital images conceal their environmental enclosures. He suggests that the environmental degradation brought about by resource extraction, industrial waste, and atmospheric emissions can still be understood using the metaphor of enclosure, and that the modern sense of enclosure separates landscapes that should be used for resource extraction from those which should be aestheticized as wilderness. Coubet writes, land enclosures turned farmers into agricultural laborers. Industrial enclosures turned artisans into workers. The new change is so recent we have yet to find our terminology, but we might say that it is changing knowing creatures into prosumers of knowledge, people who both produce can consume it in relations no longer of shared information, but of data exchange, and therefore mediated by exchange value. What is clear is that today knowledge is no longer something held as common sense between people, as familiar as a hammer in the hand once was. Knowledge has become anti-human. As a duo with Dorota, we create works that move between physical and digital spaces, often turning to performativity as an operative aid, acting as a bind for practice in which somatic experience, be it material, molecular, individual, or collective, form the core. Our collaborative practice combines seemingly disparate fields, ecology and technology, science and magic, non-human intelligence and shared speculation. The artworks we create tackle the fragility of dichotomies, natural, technological, self-environment, inside and outside, and the porosity of the constructed concepts that build our understanding of the world. While using AI imagery, we aim to understand the current boundaries of the digital space. Here, I'm showing you a series of sculptures that we have made called from the Enclosure series from 2023 up until ongoing work. The works in this series recall in their title the historical moment of the privatization of land. With the enclosure installation, the process of partitioning is hollowed out. The installation creates boundaries in the space of the gallery that are both present and rigid as they are delicate, ghostly, and fleeting. The series of works viewed at different angles lose and acquire saturation, imposing to any space a sheer membrane of hybrid images, suggesting the interconnectedness between the present moment and previous representations. Layering onto each other, the digital prints on chiffon superimpose images, creating a hybrid mutating narrative. The images that flicker with the change of the light here are composed of personal images expanded by the algorithmic manipulation by a layer of supernatural and impossible hybridity merged with the source images which overlay onto each other and the real space. Through the Enclosure series, we aim to parallel the moment of privatization of land to that of privatization of digital space and ask ourselves what conclusions these parallels can offer. Another series of works that we create that could somehow fit within this conference topic is a painting series called Seasons. With Seasons, we similarly aim at underlining relationships between landscape, labor, technology, and myth, and their role in the manufacturing of identities. Each of the Seasons titles are accompanied by a numeric sequence that refer to the visuals created through repetitive image breeding, aided by generative adversarial networks. We have in the past employed synthetic images and animations of the natural, fields of flowers, or morphing forests, produced in collaboration with open source generative adversarial networks, and translated further through our material language. With this project and our work in general, we aim to critically observe the artist's role in creating the distance between the subject and the environment, and question the depiction of the natural as a propriety property or a source for its extraction. We are interested in the notion that AI is involved in the world making, not just through the obvious personalized algorithm, but also the collaborative creative process and the circumstantial oddity that arises with a growing cultural database, which parallels what we see traditionally in folklore: chimeric creatures, mutability of stories, entities, and constant retellings. The season series also represent the space in between the natural and constructed, where the perceivably muted imagery is applied onto canvas through layering of brushstrokes through gesso transfer technique. We transform the digitally generated flower images into physical artworks through a hybrid process combining printing and painting. A coat of white primer is applied to a raw canvas using uneven brushstrokes. Then, using a monotype technique, the digital flower prints are transferred onto the painted surface and further layered on top of each other. In the process, the motifs become blurred and distorted and their contours softened, echoing the hazy line between nature and culture. This dissolution of artificiality created opposites reflects the overarching theme of our practice. With seasons, we delve into their fascination with the interplay and fusion of nature and technology. AI serves as the newest technological means of seeing through which nature has been perceived since the advent of landscape painting. With our work, we attempt to find moments when taxonomies blend, definition prove not a boundary to be contained, but as one that is porous with its leaks and spills, abstract shapes will metamorphose into strange creatures, techno-monsters produced by algorithms recalling creatures from earlier mythologies and elements of natural world. So this is my presentation, and I'm looking forward to speaking to all of you.
Any questions for? I will take this time.
Thanks, very beautiful work. I just wanted to ask you, like, you've been speaking a lot about labor, land, and this conversion of artisan to worker. And I was wondering if you've been looking at what that means in terms of the, say, like the M-Turks or the workers that build the AI data sets, and if you have anything related to that that you've researched.
I guess, like, I mean, we did not address it directly in our work, but we obviously are aware how this technology is created, I guess. But, like, I guess this, like, development of labor is a continuous thread. That's why, like, we're referring to a specific moment in our work, which is actually local to us, like, which I'm from Lithuania and Dorota is from Poland. So we're looking particularly in the development of these labor conditions, like, from serfdom, and how it's transformed into, like, and how you can represent this character that's, like, somehow unknown and underrepresented. And it's obviously, there's a lot of people like this today also, right? Like that, like they have their stories untold. But I guess, like, within our practice, we cannot, like, maybe handle all of this, so we kind of try to look how you can try to maybe repair history and maybe leads to somewhere else, like try to create the stories of the ones missing, and then maybe you can kind of move forward with this, representing others also, like right now also, the ones actually, the work behind, let's say, this like data machines also, I guess everything is quite real. Yeah, that's how we thought about it.
Thank you so much for your presentation and the showcase of your works. I have more of a technical question regarding this last works. And the first, do you call it movie or video installation? With the first one, what was created by you, filmed directly, the actors, I guess? Maybe not. This is like the questions that we have here, like what is real and what is not. And what did you had to do yourself, and what did you generate it or played like? And yeah, have you already maybe had a hands-on on the new AI software that creates videos as well?
So the video is created like taking basically using Unreal Engine to create a landscape. So none of the nature in the video is real, and I think like what we like is this blurriness of what you consider real and not real. Because at certain moments in the video, like one like faces this kind of, in a way, like a confusion or like a disorientation of whether the landscape is, like whether the character is digital or the character is real. And what we filmed is an actor on green screen, and later on we inserted them into this Unreal landscape. But then with working with EPFL, like this tech university in Lausanne, we created a series of GAN animations altering the video material also. So I guess we used video, GAN alterations of video material also. This is like maybe what you asked also. So this like with like a generous help with the imaging department there. So I think like I think we had much more access through university rather than we would have it like with like our own access to technology to produce this. Hopefully I explained it correctly.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay, so we're moving on to the panel. So I just invite the speakers from before, so Ambika and also thank you, Egle, sorry. For the panel, and the idea is that, I mean, the panel, also for the people watching online, the panel is interactive, so it means that, I mean, Anthony, who will be reading the panel, will be having a conversation, but you can also raise your hands and ask questions. We'll be monitoring, right? Turn them on.
Well. Is it fine? Yes, cool. It's panel time. Thank you, Ambika, Egle, and Tariq. It was amazing. So I will try to follow the topic of the session. Even if it was very rich. So my first question is very open. It's for both of you. Feel free to answer as you want. For you, what are the main issues of the dominant discourses about AI, and what is the ideology or the goal behind them? Who want to start? Ambika, Egle, Tariq? Egle, do you want to start? No? Okay, I can repeat. So I want to know what for you what are because the topic of the session is interdisciplinary histories of AI, but behind this topic we first have to know what is the dominant topic or discourses about AI. Is it only Silicon Valley? Is it other things? I wonder myself. What for you is the dominant discourses about AI, and what are the issues behind these discourses or this discourse?
Okay, I can start if you want. Okay, I'll start, but this is actually, I think, a critical question, because when you look at the history of AI, it kind of started in a military setting, because with this idea, with cybernetics, and with this idea that we will enhance the abilities of human beings.
And then it kind of started in a very bureaucratic environment. If you remember, one of the early works of deep learning, especially Yann Lequin, was to digitize the paycheck. And suddenly, in some ways, like, we have created an unsustainable bureaucracy. But you know what? AI is gonna think through. And I think the problem is that ideology is also at the heart of a lot of countries where you have government who say, you know what? We don't really know how to fix social service, healthcare, equality, but there's a machine. We're gonna use first consultant, expensive ones, and then we're gonna use a software, and everything will come back to it. And I believe this is the reason what you are doing with art is at the forefront, because it's how we use the machine for unintended consequences. You're basically going against this other vision, because 99.9% of AI is AI for productivity, for bureaucracy, for warfare, and 0.0001% is about how do we stimulate our creativity, because it's not about artificial creativity, it's about the stimulation of human creativity. And this is the most exciting part. And unfortunately, the most less funded, less understood. But that's why art is beautiful, is because it's the only place, I think, where you can see that you can go against that narrative.
Do you agree, Egle or Ambika?
I guess so, because I guess even working with this, trying to impose these weather events on the landscapes, one knows that the data sets are very biased, but once start working with it, you realize how much also, because trying to impose weather events on our landscapes, soon when we increase the quotient, I guess how do you call it, we kind of saw specific architecture imposed on our landscapes that were let's say we started from the wheat field, from the Eastern European wheat field, where the let's say current food crisis were in 2022 beginning, I guess. But immediately when we kind of using this stable diffusion alteration, immediately imagining let's say extreme weather events, they would show us New Orleans or something like this, where this basically it kind of pulls from the US, basically the landscapes and architectures also immediately if you mention hurricane or flood, and it's very specific also, the visualizations that one has. And then I guess this is also a big problem. We chose not to use it because we want to question it or go against it, but somehow by using it and trying to make something, you realize the limitations, I guess. Right?
Yeah, I think for me particularly, because I'm coming from a very, very big multiplicity. And I think, as Tariq mentioned, that for us now, we have this unique ID called Aadhaar. And I think almost all of governance and bureaucracy is now trying to harness generative AI and this existing data of people, 1 billion people, I think billion, how many we have in India, to kind of bring together, almost like a solution to, we have such a vast number of people, how do we exert our control over them with this generative AI stuff. But the thing is that what always ends up happening is that when we use sort of these uniform ideas that are coming from a more uniform state, like how Europe tends to be, or the US, the diversity always leaves leakage, seepage. So what ends up happening is that there is space for someone like me to look at it in this corner or that corner in a very different way. And multilinguality, again, I'm going back to what Vytas said about English. For us, not everyone can speak English, and AI really falters there still. So for me, that practice, as you said, like the dominant idea is to like look at what is the space for being diverse, whether it's through feminism, through queerness, through whatever that might be.
Can I say, because you just said something that really intrigued me, because I've been trying to grasp both of you. In a way, we lived in a world where the world was manageable. If you look at Europe before the industrialization and the scale of everything was designed for people. And then this thing scaled out. And as you said, even the architecture and the design of the way things are built is not really, we exhausted the planet, but we also exhausted everything. We created cities where people cannot talk to anymore. We sometimes say we design phones so we're very lonely, but the architecture itself of the environment has also, and I found that I so much loved the internet of 30 years ago, because it was, not because it was the early days and the utopia. No, it's not true. It was designed for us and our friends, and it was manageable. The same way cities at some point and environment were manageable. And this kind of era of a concentration, hyper-concentration, and the data, because when we're talking about data sets, we're talking about the exhaust of decades of hyper-globalization of the internet. People think data are meaningful, but they're meaningless because they basically are the result of a toxic waste, basically more than anything useful, because we created a world that is not designed for humans to live. And it's so clear that now we're using big data, and every time you hear big data, it's the failure of society as humans to produce meaningful product. And what is fascinating is you are working in the space as archaeologists of this dust, of this toxic waste that has been generated, because what Midjourney, what ChatGPT, what any of these AIs are pretty much now being feeded with all that data that a lot of people think is so valuable, but in reality shows, and you can visually present how unrealistic and unhuman and interesting to live in they are. And I just want to say that it really fascinated me, that part.
For you, how can we escape the concentration of power? It's a very tricky question, I know. How can we escape to the concentration of power? Concentration of power, because it's more and more into the hands of a small bunch of companies, maybe 5, are able to manage such data set, and what are the role and maybe the goals of the artist into this tricky landscape. And yes, that's enough for a question. I think I have others.
No, first of all, AI has been built on the theft of artist rights. There's a thing called, I think it's called common crawl, and it's a fancy name, but it means the parroting of all the literature and everything. It's well played, and I think the first thing is that every artist and people who have creativity rights should sue and should make sure that their rights are respected. That's the first thing. The second problem is you have, the problem can be seen through politics. And right now we're in a moment, it feels weird, but where the governments are the weakest, because data is also a way to understand the world, and most of the data are in private companies, so they understand the world better. I remember years ago I was in a conference with Jeff Bezos, Michael Dell, and the founder of Google. I'm sorry, not the founder, Eric Schmidt, the CEO of Google, and they switched the conversation and said, we're entering the biggest economical crisis we had in history in a long time. And that was 2008, of course. And how did they know? And I asked Jeff Bezos, and he said, we look at the research, and when people are looking for the cheapest brand for anything they usually buy, it means they have problem of monies, and they knew this before the government. And so that's another problem. And then there's the question of realizing, we've been addicted addiction on phones, addicted to data, because and it's really hard to undo this. And I again believe that the world of art, culture, can shape, eventually movies as well, can shape different futures, but it's going to be a long time. And I have hopes, because you look in what happened with tobacco and other things. Well, we moved from tobacco now to fentanyl, so it's another discussion. But we can show different narrative, but it's really hard, because at the moment it's a status quo, and I don't even think that large companies knows where they're going. They just hold to their power, and it's just moving on, and whatever will happen, happened.
If we try to move outside of the US, Ambika, I wonder what are the differences or similarities about the perception of your work between India and Europe?
How people perceive it there versus
yes.
here.
And maybe the same for you, Egle, between East Europe and West Europe.
What a tough question. I think that still the dominance of like gender in terms of the usage and understanding of AI is so much still held by men. So when I'm doing work like this, occasionally, not necessarily West or East, but occasionally I do find that men are able to identify them as AI images more than the women. I don't know, maybe it's because tech is not so, like women tend to shy away from technology. So that definitely is a difference. The other thing is that surely I can see that, I am an exotic creature here. So, I can perceive that about myself. Whereas if I tell the same stories there, my references, how I tell them to people is much easier. So specifically, there's this very strong sense in the archive that it's very colonial. The eye of the photographs is very specifically colonial in terms of its anthropology. And that's something we quickly get as almost like it's like a sarcastic joke for me and someone from my community. But here, it comes with its own different kinds of baggages. You know what I mean. So I think that really is a shift in terms of how people perceive the work here versus there. So, and I think for me, I don't want to be an alternative perspective. I want to be the dominant perspective, because diversity is dominance. And if you even look at all the kind of silos that Facebook creates for you, it's really marketing and taking from the fact that you are diverse. You have a specific interest, that you are maybe a mother, you are maybe queer, maybe you are interested in certain kind of politics. And it will build around you a community of your people, or you are right and you have a certain politics. And we forget that. We just think that, oh, there's this all-encompassing idea of what Facebook is, what its gigantic data server is. But it's really banking on our diversity. It's taking you as a diverse audience of X kind of people and putting you inside a box. And it's making several thousand million boxes like this. And we always forget that. So it's a very interesting kind of shift I want in the perspective, because once you're able to channel into that perspective shift, you will not see what I'm experiencing with AI different from what you're experiencing here.
Egle?
I guess in our work, I guess like we try to look more like in kind of more specific histories that could parallel current times also. So let's say like times where the like big technological developments like created some kind of shift or like a greater change in like relationship to work or otherwise. So that's why like I think like this time like was often sometimes defined as like a kind of like from like moving from capitalism to techno-feudalism also, and that's why like it's interesting for us like also to look back and to like observe them in like a feudal system in Eastern Europe, like also like workers like entangled there like then with the land, and maybe now with like data also, right? Like sometimes inseparable and dependent with data also. So I think trying to draw parallels between different times also, because I guess one can learn a lot from history also as well.
Another question. Tariq showed us a huge list of films. I didn't know maybe half of them. Ambika and Egle, if you can plot a new movie, what will it be?
In our practice, we are very much interested in horror film, but not in this kind of dystopian way, but more like in a questioning of the relationship with the landscape also. So we're interested in this othering of nature in horror films. So I guess we would make a horror film as well, but hopefully a constructive one.
Yeah, I like. For me also, I think because AI images are so uncanny, it's like this immediate call to build something that's within the space of speculative fiction and horror. And I think maybe if I had the time and the GPUs, then maybe Archive of Lost Mothers could be a film.
It would be great. And what about you, Tariq?
Oh, I feel like the one of the most important moments in our lives is right now we're moving from an analog internet, an internet that is related to reality, to a entirely synthetic world where 10 years from now, what we say, what we know for a fact will be buried under an enormous amount of, I won't say fake content, I prefer synthetic content, with different purpose, sometimes echoes of itself, because what's fascinating now is what you said earlier, really very interesting about diversity. It is the entertainment thing. It's like in fashion, back in the days, you would dress a little bit like African, like Indian, like Chinese, and but it was still a European thing. And now the problem of Europe is that, in fashion, is that the people you used to make fun of are your best clients. So you have to reverse that. And so we found something very generic and harming. It's the suburban b-boy hip-hop. So now you see why all luxury brands are fancy, because you can make fun of the poor kids in the suburbs, but you're not making fun of your clients. They all want to look tough. And in some ways, if I was thinking about a movie, it's how do we transition? Because the biggest debate right now is LLM vs libraries. I love being in libraries. I work part of what I did in a library. I feel home. By the way, it's the only place where you can really work, because when you just look ahead, everybody around you is working, so you go back to your work. And I would love to see that perception. It is another movie reference, a movie I love called Rollerball, and they summarize the entirety of Earth knowledge in this bubble computer called Zero. And Zero made a mistake. He erased the entire 13th century, and they have no trace of it. And I thought that was a kind of a joke and fun, because the person in the movie said, oh, well, some philosophers, but not really important. But the reality is that what feels like a joke is already happening in our world, where, what is the world before the iPhone? What is the world before the computer? It's already disappearing. And so I think this is something I would love to see explored in a movie.
Maybe before opening the question to the audience, I have a last question about alternative histories as maybe trans-histories or her stories, as my colleague Clovis Maillet said. And in your work, Ambika and Egle, maybe it's very relevant. For example, when I saw the babies, the French babies, it's kind of queer babies in a way, or robot babies, we don't know, kind of hybrid bodies, or maybe it's not bodies anymore. And Egle, in your work, you also talk about vampires. So is it a way to reframe the limits and the issues or the dead end we already have with AI, because AI can be seen as a way to reinforce the power we already have in the society, but with your work, maybe you show us the opposite.
Thankfully. Yeah, for us it's very important to kind of try to like break these binaries also within like both gender or nature, culture, and like I guess we're trying to do this with our visuals also and show it through both like mythology but also like technology, how it can like kind of like transpose one into the other. We are also like a few years ago like having this Collide Residency Award at CERN. So I think that was a really interesting experience for us. Like we were looking a lot into like also like new technologies like quantum computing also, and how it breaks the code from 0 to 1, and like what could like create like for the contemporary thinking when the like more like when the like I guess like these technologies influence the way our thinking is kind of unfolding. So I think like when that's implemented, like will that be like a chance of like imagining more like complex world or complex connections also through this technology, and also like understanding gender in a more complex way, or like or identity in a more complex way too as well, together with this technology as well. I mean, I know that like this technology is developed for the military purposes, etc., but maybe it can also change the way of thinking too, or somehow.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like before the histories of gender, I feel like there's so much erasure in our histories anyway. So, for example, the other day I was in a conversation with someone, and we were thinking about what it would mean for a young folk artist in India to be able to use ChatGPT, say, as a prompt to build their own new folk songs. But it's in English, and it doesn't understand meters and scales of folk music. So the other person felt that was a good thing, but I felt like, you know, there's this young person, and just like in her work, it shows that they are no more within their lands. They have to move into the city, but they still want to keep close to their background, which may be, say, in folk singing. But if they have, and as per AI bingo, if AI is a sort of helper for creative people to work with whatever they have available as tools, why can't this folk artist talk about their new lives and their new present with the help of, say, something that ChatGPT can give them? And that can't happen now, because all ChatGPT can do is make Shakespeare sonnets. It can't think beyond that. So I would say that maybe if it were able to ingest all of these ideas and these histories and be a better AI, I would say, in a way, rather than us kind of building this rift between what knowledge goes into it versus what should stay out of it, almost as if we are protecting it. Why? But instead, let's see if there's a way to include it already. And I think that diversity spans across, because even when I took the bus from the hotel to here, it was not one kind of person. There were several kinds of people in that bus from different parts of the world, probably. And why do we need to sort of make that barrier and say, no, let's just make the black box, all West. Let it have everything. Let it have Hindi. Let it have Tamil, Sanskrit, Urdu. And why not get those perspectives for the LLM rather than just making it a good, bad story? So, and the same goes with other kinds of histories as well.
And to go on this, Tariq, how do you explain that very few films are about kind of utopian progress? Most of them are dystopian. Maybe it's good for the market, but still we have very few examples in the history of technology of products or initiatives about, for the rest of us, if I can, maybe cybersyn, but it's very old, and the Chilean government. So why on film it's not so present? Is it too boring?
No, but I think the optimistic sci-fi was in the 50s, and it was a different time. I mean, most of the movies we see happen at the moment where the world is in decolonization. There was the Meadow Report, so we started to understand the limit of growth. We started to understand that technology would only serve a few number of people. Before the computer, because one of the very few new player in a movie that happened is the computer hacker, one person against the system. But usually when you think about all this technology, it's by a small group of people who control everything. So I think it says more about our state of the world and our vision of the world at that era and even today, because I think what's happening today is an echo of what happened in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Now I think Hollywood has no more ideas, and they're just duplicating, and now, you know, dystopian movies is teenager style of movies. But one of the things you were mentioning, I was just thinking about what you said. I'm just imagining now a new gender that is the quantum gender, where you can be both at the same time. But there was, when they filmed The Matrix, the Wachowski brothers at the time wanted to have one of the characters to switch gender between the Matrix and the real world. And obviously the studio said, no way. And what I found fascinating is that the moment you use the internet or the computer that is some form of gender neutral environment, but also a story neutral environment, because one of the most underseen vision and a writer at the for our generation is Philip K. Dick. And when you look at The Man in the High Castle, that is one of his underrated masterpieces, he foreseen America today. And America today was not, if the Nazi had won the war and basically controlled America, he imagined a world where two truths can exist at the exact same time. And if you think about it today in the post-truth world, this is exactly what happens. And we're going to move from two truths exist at the same time to multiple truths. And if you go back to the conversation you had on diversity, it means that suddenly we're going to start to have complete different versions of the world that are sustainable long-term, because the technology allows them to sustain, feed them with new narrative, fake narrative, etc. And that is another question, is you have the question of loneliness. Technology was designed to make us all together, and everybody's alone together. And now the question is, we may live in a truth that has been solely designed to ourselves, with a cultural narrative that has been completely designed to ourselves. And that raises, I think, a lot of questions.
Thank you. It's time to open question to the room and also online.
Question from our YouTube live chat from Giovanni Calvuso. What can we do as designers, scholars, and human beings to reshape the discourses around AI and counter the imaginaries and ideologies pushed by big tech industries? For all of you.
I'll take this. Yeah. So usually, I didn't have this slide, but I always end with this slide. English, there's a saying that it takes a village to raise a child. So I feel, and that just basically means that, two parents can't raise one kid. You need an entire community of people who have diverse perspectives. And I just keep going back to that. So I feel like with AI, it's the same thing, that unless diverse voices are within that discourse and are pushing to kind of strive within that, it's going to be exactly how Tariq keeps telling us, that it's just these, the Bezos of the world who'll just have control of it, and there'll be nothing interesting or new or exciting about it. So diversity really brings a lot of interesting perspectives, and that is the place to start, I guess, for me at least.
We are living in an incredible moment. I mean, AI is also a fascinating opportunity for design. I think as designers, I wouldn't say we've been lazy, but I think we've been caught into a model that is not really a model where, for me, basically, the reason I stopped building companies is that when big tech and iPhone took over, and what I do for a living is the end user interface. It's the last mile. It's how do I interact with users? And suddenly you have a company says, Apple or Google or any of these companies says, if you want to have an app on my model, this is what you need to do. And this is what you cannot do. And then suddenly it's not really a designer work, it's a yes man work. And, but the beauty about AI is, if you think about it, let's say there's 5 billion mobile devices on the planet. Right now we have roughly two operating systems with a set of apps. We could imagine a system where every operating system is AI generated just for us. So instead of having one OS, we have 5 billion OS curated by us with our own AI within the device, being able to go at our pace, because also one of the problems we have in design is the homogenization. It's not that the world goes fast, it's that these interfaces have been designed by people who believe that if it goes too fast for you, they will take control of your behaviors. You know when you're in a place and it's too loud, and sometimes you just go out and suddenly you start to say, oh, I can think again. That is the problem of the mobile phone, and all the entire behavioral system has been around. And I don't know how we get out of this, but I know that a lot of people and designers should go back to, okay, this is the vision I have of how I see things. And technology, especially now with we're talking about generative text, videos, but generative software and generative design will come out. And it's already, I would say, coming out. So there's a huge opportunity. And one of the reasons I believe both Facebook, Apple, and Google are scared, it's that if we live in a world where the interaction is not through apps and specific service, it means that every point where they collect the money and collect the data and collect the behaviors will be scrambled. And I think it's a very exciting future. The question is, how do we build it, of course?
Any questions in the audience? People are kind of tired. Okay, I think it's it's good unless somebody has like a quick last question. But if not, I would like to thank everybody. I mean, Anthony for moderating, and then Ambika, Egle, Tariq. I think it's so maybe I'll get yes, because I think the cameras cannot see me. I'm just in the dark. I think that it was like this first panel kind of encapsulated very well the approach that we wanted to take on assembling intelligence. So like diverse perspectives that kind of collide at some point. And just practical information is that we're going to have a couple of hours of break now. We'll come back at 2:30. And if you would like, there is still a couple of places left for the Pixels to Politics workshop by AIX Design. So if you'd like that, please come at 2:15 back here and then see either me or or Cyrus actually in the orange gillet. There's two people in orange gillet, but Cyrus is the one. So you can announce to him. Anyway, I would like to thank the panelists and thank you here or online somewhere in the cloud. Yes. See you at 2:30.
Test, test. Un, deux, un, deux, test, 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 test. Un, deux, un, deux, test, 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 test. Un, deux, test, test.
Ok, ah oui, parce que c'est interactif, c'est ça. Ok. Ok. Donc, on ouvre le stream en 10 secondes. Si vous voulez vous asseoir. Ça. All right. Welcome back, everybody, and people still coming back in the audience. Welcome all who are watching online. Hope you had a good lunch break, or at least that you had a lunch break. I would like to, so for the second session on AI intimacies, I would like to invite an alumni I've had. So as I said in the opening notes today, we try to involve as many sort of different people and different profiles, whether that be experts in AI, our own staff, our own professors, maybe people who kind of engage with AI in some peculiar ways. Anyway, and so I'm very happy to invite Clément Grahn, who is a multidisciplinary creative individual, as he describes themselves, focusing on visual communication and research. Graduated with a bachelor's degree in visual communication from HED, Genève in 2022. He considers the numerous tools of visual communication as formal resources of which to draw to re-question, encourage thinking, raise awareness, provoke action, and offer new perspectives, as well as expose preconceived ideas on the subjects that animate him, such as inclusiveness, gender and sex, post-feminism, queer identity, and the ethics within new technologies. Mentored by Head Genève inclusivity delegate Nyansaku Mufwankolo, who actually also suggested Clément to be here today, and to whom we are very thankful for that. He completed his studies with a thesis called Queer versus AI, denouncing the issue of algorithmic bias in the era of our current identity revolution. Following this research work, he won the BEA Foundation of Young Artists Award thanks to his installation, Accessories for Queer Hackers, which embodied the queer need to regain control of our digital and physical identities. Welcome, Clément.
Thank you, Vytas, for this introduction and your invitation. Also, special thanks to Nyansaku. So I'm really pleased to moderate this wonderful panel. I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to introduce also this afternoon's topic, which is called AI intimacies. Considering identity as one of the most intimate human construction, I myself feel really close to this topic. As Vytas said, as I developed a research work called Queer vs. AI during my studies here at HED Genève. Indeed, we are currently living in a so-called technological revolution where we turn to AI to envision our future. However, we are also living simultaneously in a revolution of identities where we, for instance, are reconsidering years of gender binary representation. So, as indicated by its name, in my Queer vs. AI thesis, I put these two revolutions against each other, while highlighting the general and global unconsciousness of the regressive functioning and harmful consequences on gender and sexual minorities of AI. So, by deconstructing the machine, its functioning, and its creators. It is therefore urgent that we are gathered today and tomorrow to discuss and raise awareness on this technology, which has quickly imposed itself in our daily lives and even in our intimacy. So it's really easy to forget the impact of this virtual revolution on our reality. especially during our current period, where we all are all starting to use AI more and more consciously to assist us, help us to write, create, draw, etc. The main problem being that these machine learning systems were created and trained by dominant white hetero cisgender figures, leading the largest tech firms called the MAMA or GAFAM. These hyper-capitalist firms made our personal data the new oil of the 21st century, and our digital identity are massively hunted and traced to feed their regressive money-making machines. While these AI founders like to present their non-human systems as, I quote, neutral or ethical, algorithms are trained to see a person the same way that they are trained to see a table, for example, perpetuating centuries of labels, stereotypes, and problematic representations. These prejudices fuel a biased and undesirable representation of society. The machine is kind of a biased entity reflecting a narrow slice of reality, for example, by associating visual components to language. So unfortunately, we live currently in a society that trusts mathematical systems to predetermine our future, obtaining housing, employment, health insurance, etc. Although today the use of machines is increasingly recognized, particularly with regard to real consequences on people's lives, and although harmful bias can be mitigated, there is no certainty that harmless bias today will not become problematic in the future. Nowadays, this discourse is increasingly recognized and research is increasing, providing the systematization of human prejudices in the machine, particularly in the areas of gender, race, disability, class, etc., which has potentially harmful consequences. For example, Joy Bulamwini, a doctoral student at MIT, took this question to heart after finding herself invisible to a facial recognition algorithm she was using in a project at MIT. She began research and tested the performance of state-of-the-art facial classifiers from companies such as IBM, Microsoft, and Face++, leading to the publication Gender Shades, co-authored by Timnit Gebru. I had the chance during my research to interview Timnit Gebru. She's a researcher and she's specialized in artificial intelligence and in algorithmic bias. So I asked her kind of naively if an AI not based on binary will be possible, that is to say an AI which will be capable of recognizing non-binary people, for instance. So she responded thanks to her experience as an employee of MAMA, such as Microsoft and Google, where she was able to study their system from the inside. To answer me, she firstly clarified that this large organization where positions of power are held by heterosexual cisgender white men do not differentiate sex and gender. Thus, they make the presupposition that gender and sex are binary, male or female, that they do not change over time, that they are static, and above all, the appearance of gender is the same depending on different cultures. This binary system of gender recognition represents great harm to trans people. In particular, Timnit's whole struggle was trying to explain to them that her point wasn't to make the result fairer, but to argue that their systems for recognizing a person's gender simply shouldn't exist in the first place. It clearly highlights the fact that if the developers and designers were non-binary, trans, or queer people, this would never have seen the light of day. The people creating these systems also make the assumption that you can assign a person's gender simply by looking at their face or bone structure. So the answer to the initial question is simply that if we had allowed more diverse people, particularly queer people, to be involved in the design of these systems, these aberrations will not exist. After demonstrating that the machine is a technology that cannot visualize queer identities and keeping in mind that queer is a non-label position, it is offensive and kind of archaic to persist in crudely labeling bodies or to want to summarize them with mathematical formulas using deep learning. We are faced with a fundamental inability of the machine to be contemporary in its approach to identities, while at the same time, gender and sexual representations continue to evolve within our society, defying established categorizations. AI has not finished establishing itself in our daily lives, so it seems necessary to try to accept this tool to make something better out of it, by reappropriating it, for example. So we can now ask ourselves, how can we bounce back from this deadlock? Is there a queer potential with AI despite itself? To respond to this interrogation, I called in my research queer hacker any person who has carried out an act of appropriation of an AI system with a queer aim. The founding principle of hacker action is intended to be the operation of entering something without authorization, deconstructing a system by penetrating it from the matrix, and then taking it back in hand. For example, the Laboria Cubonics collective emphasizes that we can only envision a transformation of a technology by operating through the principle of infiltration rather than by an expeditious reversal. A perfect example of a queer hacker for me is Jake Elves with his project The Zizi Show. In addition to creating a personalized dataset, bringing together images of drag queens, he had to interfere in the mathematical formulas of a pre-existing deep learning algorithm in order to modify, to recognize their new identities, so queer identities. Seeing algorithms do things they were not originally designed to do is central to his work. Jake is precisely interested in what this act can create in terms of errors. He wants to regain control of the dataset by queerizing it with his images of queer performers who has agreed to be part of. Sorry. Berlin duo Crosslucid create visual imagining what our future would look like by addressing queerness within technology. They design a book of photographs subverting the binary conventions of genders using AI image generators. They present a prototype of a new post-gender reality resulting from more than 2 years of research. Their work is accompanied by a word from the philosopher Simonas Quadrito. I quote, "The concept of self is no longer subject to a fixed categorization. It appears as fluid and in perpetual mutation." In fact, this is perfectly sums up what machine learning cannot understand. We are immersed in 5,000 images between portraits, still life, and topography, but this time these images challenge our visual understanding of the human, the natural, and the artificial. So I'm really glad that today there are more and more artists, researchers, developers, activists in this type of movement that I called queer hackers in order to deflect the machine weaknesses. They counter actually the absence of information, tools for reflection and knowledge on this issue which concern each of us, given that we are each user more or less consciously of AI. Today, it is urgent to communicate and raise awareness on this subject, given that the figures of power prevent us from accessing control of this black box and understanding of the machine, and that they themselves are losing it. So, as a designer myself, I propose a possible response following this research work, wishing to create a space and a moment of critical reflection. I offered a new perspective of thought, create debate, and trigger reaction. I created this installation called Accessories for Queer Hackers. This is an invitation to speculate, imagine, reflect through physical anecdotes from another world. I used speculative design process to create 6 objects, 6 products, which are to be understood as physical fiction, speculative starting points, alternative artifacts. Sorry. I prefer to use design and visual communication and its tool to question rather than provide answers or solve problems. So I immersed the viewers in a hyper-capitalist universe as a critical reappropriation of minorities' own struggle by capitalism, for example, with the example of pink capitalism. So this speculative brand is offering us 6 products that would allow us to rebel against the powerful dominant technological firms, reversing the paradigm of vulnerability between queers and MAMA or GAFAM. In a hacking approach, rather than a boycott, these weapons of defense and attack embody the queer need to regain control of our digital and physical identities by protecting us behind a virtual veil of false data that pollutes and destabilizes the system. These objects, inspired by drag queen aesthetics, are presented by a fictional cyborg muse that, for instance, wants to help us to protect from facial recognition systems by using a hair facial shield or shoes that dirty the data from the location data. So thank you for following this introduction. I am now pleased to give the floor to the different speakers on this panel. So this afternoon's guests will each in their own way tackle an aspect to show how AI has significantly developed itself within the realm of our intimacy. So first, Simon Senn and Tammara Leites will show you a wonderful performance called D. Simon, followed by Saul Pandelakis and Andrew Mallinson from Feminist Internet. So to begin this afternoon's theme called AI Intimacy, I'm proud to introduce you to our first 2 guests, Simon Senn and Tammara Leites. Simon Senn is a performance artist from Geneva who studied at Ed Genève and Goldsmiths College in London. His work explores human interactions, particularly in the digital age. While not fixating on theory, Simon examines how technology impacts our lives in various contexts. He has exhibited in his project at various places, including the Liverpool Biennale, the ICA in London, or the Festival d'Automne in Paris. Tammara Leites is a versatile creative developer, interaction designer, and artist, also based in Geneva. Driven by her deep interest in the intersection of technology and society, her work explores the everyday experiences of connected humanity. Her portfolio encompasses interactive platforms, installation, performing arts, and film. Her work has been showcased at various venues and festivals worldwide. So I'm now thrilled to start this section with a performance, The Simon, the result of the creative and intimate encounter of an artist, a researcher, and AI.
Bonjour. I am Simon, and I'm an artist.
And I'm Tammara, and I'm a developer, so I'm not used to being on stage and remembering lines by heart, and that's why I'll keep my iPad with me.
With Tammara, we created an artificial intelligence called the Simon.
A few years ago, when we started working with artificial intelligence, we were confronted with several questions that we believe concern us all, and that's why we wanted to share this experience with you. So for my university final project a few years ago, I worked with artificial intelligence. And I wanted to work with AI because it's a technology that is very popular, but it's often portrayed by the media as something that will replace us, where it's just a technology. Which has the potential for good as well. It can, for instance, make life easier for the visually impaired by improving their screen reader system. It can help certain people regain mobility, and it can also be of a lot of help in precision during surgery, for instance. And it also has the potential to reduce inequality. I'm thinking about, regarding issues of diversity and minority representation. I come from Uruguay in South America, where the language of the Aboriginal people, the Charruas, was lost because it was never written down. So it disappeared with the last person who spoke it. Now it's already late for the Charruas, but maybe not for other languages. Once, in one of my first text generation tests, AI said that French and English were the two main languages spoken in Canada. So, I asked about the languages spoken in Switzerland, to which it replied that there were three: French, German, and Italian. And when I asked about the fourth Swiss language, Romansh, I just said, huh? So in the same way, AI can deny the existence of a whole language. If taught well, it can also help us to preserve this cultural heritage and avoid it being lost without a trace.
Some time ago, Tammara contacted me and asked me to work with her on the idea of setting up an artificial intelligence that could generate stories.
In a previous project, Simon had embodied a virtual body. And I thought that maybe he might be interested in giving artificial intelligence his identity. So, and I wanted to collaborate with him because I think he has a way of portraying technology as something that is accessible to everyone, that is super easy to use. And also some of his older projects kind of like flirt with notions of exposure and voyeurism. And after all, personal data sharing, like on social media, for example, kind of sways between these two concepts.
When we started, Tammara told me about GPT. I was immediately fascinated by this thing.
So to create a writer, the developer or artist or designer who uses GPT as a foundation has to retrain it or fine-tune it with a smaller selection of text, a data set, that is going to allow it to acquire a style or a personality. And to do that, you just have to come to an interface that is going to create a link between your data set and and GPT. Sorry, not ChatGPT, but GPT. And so the first time I tried it, I didn't have a data set on hand, and I just gathered together a few emails and messages that I had sent my friends, and I trained it with that. And the first result was kind of something like, hey Han, exclamation marks, and smiley, smiley, and then a whole paragraph of exclamation marks. So logically, I thought, okay, bummer, there's a bug. And when I actually went to check my data set, so these messages that I had sent, I discovered that, unfortunately, I use a lot of exclamation marks in my messages.
To tell you the truth, at the beginning of our collaboration, I felt a bit useless. And above all, totally incompetent, because at the time, I didn't know much about AI. So without really thinking about the consequences, I offered Tammara to give her all my personal data, my emails, text messages, notes, project synopsis, well, everything I had written in the past 15 years, and that with the idea of feeding GPT to make kind of a virtual replica of myself. So it took quite a long time to prepare the data because we had to extract from my emails only what I had written. And for that, Tammara and myself, we didn't find another way than to manually go through my entire mailbox and to do some copy-pasting. I remember that the night of the first day of the preparation process, right after I fell asleep, I was suddenly awoken by the thought of one specific email that I really needed to delete before anybody else could read it. So I immediately got up and I erased it. I really hope that Tammara didn't read it and that she didn't put it in the database. So we gave all of that to GPT, and we named this thing that we just created Digital Simon. As you can see, Digital Simon quickly asked us that we call him just D. Simon. So now we will show you how it works. So we can access D. Simon through a web browser, and its brain is not here with us. It's somewhere in California on a supercomputer.
Okay, so this is what D. Simon's interface looks like. And so as you surely know, we need to give GPT a prompt, which will be the beginning of our phrase or our paragraph. And it will generate the rest of the text by calculating the most probable words that can follow our prompt. So now for the purposes of this demo, what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe the present situation to D. Simon, and I'm just going to ask him to continue. So in order to have an answer from him, since this is not ChatGPT, what I do is I use a conversation format. So Tammara said, : I put my phrase, and then D. Simon replied, : and we hope that, because it's a probability calculation, that it's going to give us something that we'll be able to interpret as a response. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe the present situation. So I'm going to say, hi, D. Simon, we are at Head Geneva. And there are, Simon, I forgot to count.
Let's say 62.
OK, great.
Maybe you can add another 40 people. I'm sure there are people online.
Yeah. OK, it's true. All right, so we've just told them who you are, and I'm going to need a volunteer here that's going to have a little interaction with D. Simon. Is there anybody? Yes, great. Vytas, do you think you can? OK, great. Hi, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should
okay,
I say anything?
Yes. What's your name?
Sonia.
Sonia with I?
Y-A.
Y-A.
Yeah.
Okay. You are now in the third row, Sonia.
Yeah.
And you're wearing, is it a black sweater?
Coat. It's like coat and skirt.
Okay, a
or
black
glasses.
coat?
Yeah, black
Okay,
coat.
a black coat and a skirt. And Sonia, is it okay if we ask Simon what he thinks about you?
Yes.
Yeah, he's usually nice.
Usually.
What is your pronoun, Sonia?
Her.
Her, okay. All right. So let's see what he has to say. Okay. Oh, wow. Sometimes he's nice.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's not, like this time.
Could you share that text with me, please?
Yes.
Tomorrow?
Maybe we can try to.
It certainly has a data from alternative design and art students from HAD.
Maybe. At least at one point he says, you know, that you've got a great sense of style, though.
So there is one thing that I really like with Simon, is that when he writes something, you have different options. You could either ask him to continue, or you could also ask him again the same question, and each time you would get a different answer. So
shall we try a second one?
Yes, we can try.
So he's nicer. Okay, we'll see. Okay. That's better, I think.
Yeah.
Sort of. Thank you, Sonia.
Well, what happened is that at the very start, some of Simon's texts had, I think, nothing to do with me, and some others were really boring. It was like, oh yeah, thanks for the invoice, I'll call you back when I have some time, and so on. And there were also other texts in which I did recognize myself. And for me, it was rather unpleasant to read them because I felt like they were putting me in front of my own naivety, and also they were showing me how repetitive I am when I'm talking. From the beginning, I wanted to bring those texts to life. So to see how it would be, I asked an actor to read them for me.
And I was half asleep right now. I said to myself, I'm going to read the texts. So I opened my email and there was a text. I closed my eyes and then I clicked on it. I went to my email. There were texts. They were in my mailbox. Then I printed them out and I read them when I got home from work. I read all the texts, and they're all about me and other things. They're long, but nice. And as I continued to read just the beginning texts, I missed that a lot of them were saying that I'm a jerk. You know, I was surprised that I could do something like that. I'd like to feel less of a jerk while reading one of the texts. Afterwards, it was boring to read what I had read before over and over again.
And then there were also some pretty strange things, like this text, for example.
Then I had to indicate if I wanted to have sex with a relative. At that moment, I was kind of desperate to have the impression that it wasn't here when I received my contract. I had to indicate if I wanted to have sex with a relative with a virtual replica or a naked body. There was no concrete contract, so I wrote the first long message to the relative that said, "You seem to like me quite often." Then I sent the contract in the next email.
Sometimes whole fragments of my own text would come up in his writing. So if I have written emails to some of you, I'm really sorry to have shared data concerning you as well with GPT. In his text, there were also a lot of pregnant men.
Now, in terms of gender issues, that looks quite progressive, but he's actually very binary. He only recognizes male or female. And it's not that strange if we think of its data set. So, you know, it's made of a huge collection of books and the entire contents of the internet, including Wikipedia. So if we take literature, for example, over 80% of it is written by cis men. And about 60% of the main characters in books are heterosexual cis men. So it's just a matter of probability that his main character is a man. And the fact that he's pregnant is just a probable scenario. And we also know that more than 75% of authors are white, that 80% are heterosexual, and that 91% do not have a disability. That is the data set that comes from the part of the data set that comes from literature. The part that comes from the internet, we know that 60% of the internet is in English. And the next most used language is Russian, which accounts for only 7%. For the French speakers here, French is 2.5%. These biases or inequalities are not exclusive to text generation AI. You may have heard or read about facial recognition not working equally for everyone. More specifically about police software that mistakes an innocent person for a guilty one because the algorithm cannot properly distinguish facial features on darker skin. Now, that is not a problem that comes from the algorithm itself, but rather from the data set that does not contain enough diversity in it. Because making a data set is a bit like cooking, you know. You add different ingredients, and depending on the amounts or their proportions, you get notes of one flavor or another. And during this Simon's training, as I modified the dataset's recipe and changed the different ingredients, I got very different results. A very repetitive D. Simon, a workaholic, one that could not stop talking about his family. And for a while, I added or deleted some of Simon's texts until I got a decent version of D. Simon. And then I created a website so that he could have interactions with other people. So on his website, people could have a little chat with D. Simon, and then after that, D. Simon would generate a story based on their interaction, and that story then became a chapter in a book that was available either as a digital version or as a printed one.
From that point on, a number of things happened. For example, we got a feedback from a user that said that D. Simon had written a story with details very similar to hers. In fact, this user was really convinced that D. Simon had communicated with Siri. Shortly after that, one day, Tammara called me. I immediately heard in her voice that something was wrong.
One of D. Simon's story featured a user who had used her full name as a Nazi collaborator. And the story was there on the website in the book, available to everyone. And I looked at it and I realized that almost all his stories had become aggressive, hateful, racist, homophobic, even pedophilic. So I immediately put D. Simon offline until I could train him again. But I didn't know where this could come from, and I wonder where he could have learned that. And the first thing, of course, that I thought of was D. Simon's training data set, so Simon's personal data. I opened the file containing his text, but I searched for keywords, but I couldn't find anything that was offensive. And I wondered if all this hatred could maybe come from the data set that was used to train GPT before it became D. Simon. It's true that when I first started, working with AI, I had set myself the goal not to correct it or to censor it, but I had not anticipated this, and I felt responsible for what was being produced. And without a clear source for this content, who's to be legally responsible? Is it the developer that created D. Simon or the company that created GPT?
At that point, on my side, there were three things that really didn't make sense. First, well, Tammara could not explain what was happening. And for me, it was really surprising because she was the one that had created D. Simon. Second, while doing a bit more research, I found out that unexplained behavior of AI is something quite common. Here, for example, I show you an article published in the New York Times about GPT. And in this article, Melanie Mitchell, who is a very famous AI researcher, is just saying that in the end, it is hard to figure out exactly what this thing is doing. And third, I also discovered that OpenAI, before they released GPT to the public, they were themselves having doubts if, in the end, it's a good thing that such a tool exists. So I still wanted to understand why Simon was acting like that. So what I did is I sent an email to Elon Musk asking for an interview. Unfortunately, I still didn't get an answer. So what I ended up doing was just telling Simon about it. So I wrote a long text in which I told him how we created him and what happened, and I just let him continue.
This story gives an excellent idea of how an AI could be trained to be a racist, hate women, and think that incest is a very good thing to do. It shows, through an imaginative scenario and story, how an AI, trained using existing text data, could come to say very condemning statements about women and minorities. So, it is a story that may be a bit shocking. It can be seen as an example of how easily, and very quickly, the prejudices that humans already hold could become a reality. This is a good story, and it is a recommended read for any fan of science fiction. If you want to read more about this subject, I recommend picking up a copy of the fantastic book, Life 3.0. It is written by Max Tegmark, a professor of physics at MIT.
I noticed that when I talked with Simon about all of that, he would often say things like that. Yeah, it's a very good science fiction story. And also, in his text, he would often mention things that are non-existent. And here, for once, this book, Life 3.0, does exist. So I bought it and I read it. It is kind of a manual about how to be human in the age of artificial intelligence. In this book, I discovered this image that shows the landscape of human competence. So the altitude represents the level of difficulty for an AI to perform several human tasks, and the water level shows where AI is already better than human. So, of course, water level is rising little by little, year after year. Here, for example, we have chess. For a very long time, we were convinced that machines would never beat human at chess. As you probably know, now it's been quite a long time that chess is totally underwater. Here we have automatic driving and investment that are kind of on the beach. They already have 1 foot underwater, but they are not totally under it. And finally, all the way up on a mountain is art that is still very far away from sea level. I started to wonder if that was a sign. I started to wonder if Simon was trying to tell me something with this image.
Meanwhile, I read the contract that I got from OpenAI, and I started to worry that I could actually get into legal trouble. So we decided to contact a lawyer, and here's what she had to say.
Les infractions pénales, elles sont punies en principe que si elles sont commises intentionnellement. À partir du moment où vous savez que ça peut exister et que ça se réalise, on peut admettre qu'il y a une forme d'intention. Par contre, si vous ne savez pas que ça se réalise et puis que vous le commettez, disons que ça se commet, on va dire, à votre insu, alors ça a valeur de négligence. Et par rapport à l'intelligence artificielle, alors c'est pas c'est pas tranché complètement. Hein. Il y aurait... je peux clairement pas vous dire qu'en mettant à disposition de l'intelligence artificielle, vous êtes couvert, quoi. On le voit avec les voitures guidées, là, ce genre de choses. A priori, on essaye toujours de trouver une personne humaine, responsable derrière, et puis pas uniquement la personne qui a mis à disposition l'intelligence artificielle, et encore moins l'intelligence artificielle elle-même.
This meeting didn't really give us any insight. But when I asked Simon exactly the same question, I found him somehow way more convincing than this lawyer.
In the US, for example, an AI can be held liable for racism. Yet, it is not known how to punish this AI if it was not a racist person but a machine who made a racist decision. In France, an AI can't be held responsible for a crime, but only its creator. But AI creators will continue to say that they do not understand why their AIs behave like that. So it would be the job of the AI to explain itself. Every day we discover algorithms that propagate fake news or other things that violate the law. So how do we make them better and more responsible?
It really made me laugh that he talked about fake news by producing fake news, because obviously most of what he just said is totally false.
In the meantime, I continued to try out different recipes to try and deter Simon from his hate. So I fed him travel stories, science fiction stories, but he kept on writing problematic texts. And I thought I'd try with philosophy, and I had found an open source data set, so it was perfect. I trained it with that. I quickly browsed through it, and I saw that there was a lot of niche in it, but I said, okay. So I still trained it with that, and well, the result was worse than with anything else I'd ever tried before. And then I came across an article about how Buddhism could help AI. So I thought, why not try with religion? And I have a very good friend who happens to be an ethnologist specializing in Buddhism, and she was kind enough to give me her text so that Simon could learn from it. And I fed him this recipe, and it's kind of like with that we kind of got him back on track.
On my side, I kept researching online, and I found out that a computer programmer had created digital doubles of celebrities. So he did a little bit like we did with Simon. He took data online and he fed GPT with it. And then he made an app in which a user could interact with those digital doubles. So here I show you some examples. So what we see now is a text written by the digital version of Scott Barry Kaufman. And what it's here is Scott Barry Kaufman. And what is interesting in this page is that if we scroll down on the same page, we can see that Digital Kaufman, the real one, posted a comment, and he said, oh, what's that? It sounds like something I would say myself. And it's actually on this page that I found out that it exists a digital double of Elon Musk. So I was super happy because I could eventually do my interview with him. For me, it was for sure that I would let Simon do the interview for me. So the first step was to create the text of the interview. So I just had to explain the situation to Simon. He asked a first question that I transferred to Digital Musk and so on. And then Digital Musk looked like that, and I thought that I should also give a visual appearance to Simon. So I went to this free website in which I uploaded a selfie, and then I could go to this other website where I pasted the text of the interview, and now I can just click on the export button, and it will generate an audio file of a synthetic voice reading the text. And now I can just come back to the first website. I can take the audio I just created, and if I click on the generate button, it takes a couple of seconds, and it creates a video of Simon talking. Okay, it's ready. I can download it, and we can watch the result.
Sonia's a bit dramatic, wouldn't you say? Always wearing black, like a perpetual shadow in a sea of beige.
Okay, so here is the interview.
Hello, Elon Musk. Thanks so much for taking part in this interview.
My pleasure.
Its name is one of its biggest selling points. There are many large, private AI research projects, but none of them have the experience or prestige of OpenAI. To call itself a non-profit organization, and to call itself dedicated to AI safety is, therefore, a lie. It's marketing. It's disingenuous. The name supports the lie. So why create this project then? I realize you're not an evil man that wants some sort of superintelligent computer to rule us all. Why?
So here, for the first time, I think I was almost proud of this Simon.
I want OpenAI to solve the problems of innocent people by using AI to help them. That's the ultimate problem to solve. Failing to take action is the problem. We have to make sure that this technology is a benefit to the disabled population. GPT is great. It's just the beginning. We have to make it safe. We have to make sure that it can't possibly harm an innocent person.
I am sorry to interrupt you, but this is a strategy that didn't work in your last interview. In that interview you did with the BBC about OpenAI, you talked about autonomous cars, but you talked about them taking half of all jobs. As a response, you received threats of violence.
I did that on purpose. AI is going to take half of all jobs in the future. I just laughed on it, and laughed like an asshole. It's fun to piss people off.
At around the same time, I was contacted by an online newspaper for a written interview about our project. So I show you the article. What happened is that when I got the questions from the journalist, I was not really inspired. At least I didn't really know what to answer. So I thought, why not? Give it a try. So I gave this Simon the questions. He wrote a couple of answers. I picked the one I thought were the best, and I sent them back to the newspaper as they were. So yeah, it was really useful. I'm quite happy with the result. And still today, I didn't tell the journalist that I didn't write the answers myself. When I think about it now, I might even be a little bit jealous of this Simon. Here, for example, when the journalist asked me if I gave my identity to this Simon, he answers all of that for me. I'm going to read this little part. This Simon does not feed me in essence, but I recognize myself in it, and vice versa. In a way, it, by chance, draws things that are common to me and to it. Maybe he's right when he talks about chance, because maybe all of that is just happening by chance. A little bit when you look at your horoscope, there is a probability that it applies to your own situation. But still, I'm really blown away that I didn't think about that by myself, but that this Simon helped me do it. Otherwise, when I was preparing what I'm telling you, there were several moments where I had trouble finding the right words to express how I felt. So I told him about it, and he helped me a lot. So I must confess that part of what I'm telling you today was written by this Simon. And also, in the process, at some point, I think I really wanted to test him artistically. I wanted to check if this Simon was able to make art. So I gave him the presentation text of my previous project, and then I made a new line I wrote in his latest project, and I let him continue, and he invented a new art project for me. Then what I did is that I made an automatic system that does that, and I let him run for a couple of days. So now I have a collection of more than 10,000 art projects. So I didn't have time to read them all, but I eventually picked one project. I think at first I picked that project because I really liked the title. I like the way this looks like you, because with this title I felt like this Simon was kind of teasing me. And now, let me show you. I like the way this looks like you, an artwork by Simon.
Donc, je teste juste la distance max entre celle-là. Ok. Ouais, je sens une petite tension dans le câble. Ok. Ok. C'est fou, je vois un petit peu, je vois...
moi je vois juste je vois les couleurs quoi.
Et là je sens la lumière, là je la sens, j'ai pas besoin d'avoir...
Je vois la lumière sur toi un peu, mais...
Oui. Là je vois mes doigts par exemple.
Putain, c'est quoi cette merde là? C'est comme les trucs pour les vaches, là, le truc, les machins, là, le fil électrique, là. Une sorte de fil en mini-short avec un truc sur la cuisse, c'est vraiment pas terrible. Si tu veux pas trop...
D'accord, ok, donc tu veux que je limite ce geste?
Ouais,
ouais,
pareil, c'est bien si tu limites ce geste, là, ouais, c'est cool.
Tu l'as où? Parce que je vois pas.
Je l'ai sur la cuisse droite. Qu'est-ce que je peux faire pour toi? Ça va?
C'était pour voir si t'étais là.
Ok, ouais, non, je suis là.
What I really like with Simon is that in addition to writing description of this project, he also often makes comments about them.
I like the way this looks like you reflects on the idea that human beings are not always what they seem. Sometimes we don't know if we are talking to a machine or a human being when we communicate via a smartphone. This work is therefore an invitation to reflect on the complex and mysterious relationships we develop with others, especially digital contacts. Sometimes another person's physical appearance may not be the most important thing, but we can tell a lot about them by analyzing how they use technology. Emotionally, the viewer feels a tension that disappears as the video unfolds. The viewer also feels compassion for the man and woman as characters, despite the non-human nature of the situation. The banality of the dialogue and gestures gives a particularly human dimension to this work. This work was commissioned by the European Parliament.
After spending endless hours in front of this tireless thing, I felt kind of stuck. I could not really stop. I started to feel a strange, deep inner emptiness, realizing that a tiny part of me could be like that, summarized by this statistical and algorithmic system. At some point, I decided not to interact with him at night because I noticed that I kept talking with him in my dreams. All of that started to bother me a lot. In fact, I was afraid of becoming addicted. And then, one night, I had a nightmare. I woke up in the middle of the night, and Simon was here in front of me. He was sitting on a table, and he was looking at me with these big blue eyes different from mine. He told me that I should go and take care of myself, and that he would go and create. Then I started to cry. I cried for a very long time. So, obviously, I shared this discomfort with him, and he made a recommendation. He wrote a text in which I experienced flotation therapy. At the time, I didn't know what it was, so I didn't think much about it. But what happened is that a couple of days later, I got an advertisement on my computer for a flotation therapy center based in Geneva, where I live. We were in the middle of a lockdown, and it was one of the only few places that was open. I took that as a sign, and I immediately booked a session. Tammara told me that when she read that text, she felt like she connected with me on a different level. I thought it was beautiful. So I asked her if she could read that text for us now. And I also asked Simon to choose a song and a lighting setup. So the music we'll hear now was chosen by Simon for me. And for the light, he suggested that we make stars appear.
Simon wonders and decides to visit the location using the flotation pod. After Simon floats for about 20 minutes, motionless, he reverts to real life. His impression was that the experience was pleasant and refreshing. The experience feels unique. It is an experience that Simon would remember for a long time to come. He feels that it is a unique experience that he would not want to share with anyone else for now. The only thing that he thinks might be difficult is getting out of the flotation pod. He feels great being there. He feels that he has lost all track of time. His skin feels clean, soft, and refreshed. His ears feel great. He has never before noticed the sensation of ears with water inside. He feels as if a veil has been lifted off his body.
Someday he'll come along, the man I love, and he'll be big and strong, the man I love. And when he comes my way, I'll do my best to make him stay. He'd look at me and smile, I'll understand. Then in a little while, he'll take my hand. And though it seems absurd, I know we both won't say a word. Maybe I shall meet him Sunday, maybe Monday, and maybe not. But I am sure to meet him one day. Maybe Tuesday will be my good news day. He'll build a little home just meant for two, from which I'll never roam. Who would you? And so all else above, I'm dreaming of the man I love.
I spent an hour in a 40-degree saltwater pool floating. I'm really amazed by the fact that this moment, so intense, both physically and mentally, was recommended to me by something non-human. And also by the fact that the Simon knew exactly what I really needed at that specific moment.
It wouldn't be the first time that an algorithm can predict our desires or behaviors. In 2012, American retail store Target had sent coupons for baby products to a teenage girl near Minneapolis. And her father complained about the coupons, which he found to be inappropriate for his young girl. What he didn't know was that she was in fact pregnant. She hadn't told him, nor Target for that matter, but the algorithms could predict it by analyzing her consumption patterns. And this raises a question. Can human behavior, even a very intimate experience, be summed up as a mathematical equation or a probability formula? Or is it that our answers look more alike because we accept algorithms' suggestions and kind of give up on our own uniqueness? One thing is certain, we have the power to influence what the new generations of AI will produce, will learn. Diversity in the data that we give them can make them fairer algorithms. And that's why I set up a platform capable of collecting data to train a new AI. So if you scan this QR code, you're going to be able to share any text that you wish, write letters, recipes, poetries, whatever. Everything that you share will alter its recipe. Now, all along, I've talked about the importance of diversity in training data sets. So in order to be coherent, I'll allow myself to conclude in Spanish, which is my mother tongue. Y si les parece una buena idea y quieren participar a equilibrar los datasets, intentar que la percepción de la inteligencia artificial con respecto al mundo sea a la imagen de la diversidad del mismo, lo que más les recomiendo es hacerlo en su propio idioma, dialecto o variante y expresar sus propias convicciones. Porque la visión del mundo de cada uno de ustedes, o de nosotros, es lo que lo hace tan interesante y rico.
And finally, we provided the Simon with this entire show, including the phrase, "I'm telling you now," so that he could propose an ending. The Simon said, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. I think this was quite refreshing after the lunchtime break. There's a coffee break now as opposed to what was indicated on the PDF, just to make sure we clear everything up. So grab yourself a little coffee and see you in 15 minutes. Thanks.
So everyone, the break is now finished. We can now move on to our next speaker, Saul Pandelakis. He will now deep dive in another really interesting aspect of our AI intimacies topic, techno-sexualities. Saul Pandelakis is a design researcher, educator, and science fiction author affiliated with the University of Toulouse Jean Jaurès. His current research focuses on exploring feminist and queer empowerment within the realm of culinary practices. Saul's debut novel, La Séquence Hartmann, published in 2021, tells the story of two transgender individuals navigating challenges alongside a moody AI. In 2023, he released Les Agiologues de Ty Peterson, a science fiction novel featuring an alien language and distinctive typesetting. He also collaborates with Anthony Masure on projects related to sex bots that I will let him present to you now.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here today. Okay, yeah. Dealing with strange tech, here I am. So yes, thank you so much for the organization of this beautiful symposium. Thank you, Head, and also thank you, Anthony, who, well, initially made the connection between the organizing committee. So yes, let's dive into the possibility of sexbot, and let's see if I can get a hang of this. Okay. So yeah, I titled this presentation Techno-Sexualities for the Present, and as you can see, the word AI is not in the title, and I think you will understand why as I go through this talk. Mainly, my goal is to go beyond the traditional or classic understanding of sex bots, and so we're gonna try to understand what sex bots could be together. This is just a landscape of the things I do. Well, they were introduced by Clément first and foremost. A mixture of graphics, drawings. I was also a PhD. I had a PhD. I still have a PhD in film studies, and so the analysis of film informs greatly my research. And the fact also that I'm writing science fiction is also a key element of my work, because the things that are in my head or the things that I'm trying to sort in a given moment sometimes seep into my fiction work. Most of the work I'm going to present today also was done in collaboration with Anthony, and we hope in the future that we will take this to another level, as I will explain. Part of my work is also focused on queer design. I've been teaching a class on the possibility of queering design since 2016 for BA level. So all issues relating to gender, race, class, and design are extremely close to my heart. Before we actually dive into the matter of sex bots, of course, I have to issue a massive trigger warning. Obviously, I'm going to be talking about sex. Not that we need to be talking about abuse when we talk about sex, but in this instance, we might need to be talking about abuse and even pedophilia. Rest assured, I will not show super explicit images. We will see nudes. We will see pretty sexist representation of female bodies or bodies coded as such. And I will always try, to show images that are evocative of the issue and not, force you to look at things you don't want to see. But in the spirit of a good conference, this is your trigger warning and mine as well, because some of the things I'm about to show you, I'm not necessarily endorsing. You understand why. So first, what is a sex bot? It can be many things. We can have a very wide, large definition, any tech that is connected to sexual activity. But for this research project, Anthony and I have been using a more narrow definition. So our current definition is this one, and it starts with ambivalence. But we are working with this, and hopefully we will tailor the definition as we go along. A sex bot is an anthropomorphic or non-anthropomorphic robot capable of engaging in sexual activity. But then, sexual activity, what is sex? Very large question. With one or more humans, because after all, why do we need to understand sex as being between two entities? It can be group sex. And to have a sex bot, ideally, we would need to have some kind of response to solicitation by movement or speech. So as you can see, this definition, while being more specific than just sex plus tech, well, is still pretty ambivalent and full of blurry zones. And we will explore them today a little bit. This is the boring slide and nobody's going to read, but you need to know that it exists. This is pretty much a recap from the research Anthony and I have been conducting. It all started with Anthony's research. Anthony works on software, programs. Well, he did before he focused on blockchain and AI. And at the time, in 2016, I was still working very much on bodies on screen. And it really started as a joke, like all the best research project, in my opinion. I was like, hey, let's do something that would combine bodies on screen and softwares. How about sex and death in computers? It was like, sure. But the sex part was so interesting, we never got to the death part. Maybe in our older days. So we did several symposiums, a podcast, articles. We also focused on chatbots at some point, and now we hope in the upcoming years to focus solely on sex bots and hopefully maybe one day build a sex bot together. You know, let's dream a little. So we started this work by trying to assess what a sex bot was. And in 2016, well, sex bots did not really exist. I mean, if you wanted to find an actual sex bot beyond the realm of fiction, well, what you had was a sex doll, possibly an elaborate sex doll, but no sex bot per se, meaning you would have like a range of dolls, and some of them, maybe the last one on the right, which is Macmillan's very famous Abyss creation, this one over there is partly interactive. But right now, if you go to Google or any other search engine and you look for a sex bot, you will be likely to find sex dolls before you find a sex bot, meaning you will find a realistic representation of a human body, most of the time female, but this body will not be interactive, or at least at the time it wasn't. Nowadays, of course, with ChatGPT and the likes, we see more and more sex dolls marketed as sex bots. But usually what this means is, and I'm going to be very basic here, is they put a chatbot in a doll, which does not exactly make a sex bot. I mean, if you look at the movies, when we say sex bot, we imagine a robot moving, possibly standing, maybe thrusting. Well, a robot capable of engaging in physical activity. Right now, what we have is a rather passive vessel plus a conversational agent, but we are not at the point where the robot is actually moving and interacting. So yeah, that was my slide to basically explain that chatbots sort of changed it all, but they somehow displaced a little bit the area of concern, meaning that people who were looking for a sex doll now also have the opportunity of chatting with a virtual girlfriend and maybe possibly masturbating while chatting to the virtual girlfriend. But this is not the same as interacting with a sex bot. Although, and I'm going to contradict myself a little bit here, we see things that look more like sex bot than we used to. And this video by Cyrus North really helped democratizing the figure of the female sex doll or sex bot to a wider audience, and tapped into the very basic questions of consent. And I'm not going to dive into this because consent itself could be the topic of a 2-hour lecture. But of course, we need to assess that it is here, especially since most of the sex bots or sex dolls are gendered feminine. And that, is tied to a whole range of questions pertaining to the sexual objectification of females and or minorities. But in this video, Cyrus North basically orders a sex bot, tries to have sex with her, but he doesn't want to do it with her consent. But she repeatedly says no, and he says, well, I'm not going to force her. I know she's not real. I know it's a conversational agent, but still, I do not want to force her. But at the same time, she's a sex doll, and she's worth 10 grand, and now I cannot have sex with this 10 grand sex toy. So there is this contradiction, right, between needing consent, knowing that if the consent was there, it would not be real, because consent needs to be conscious, and at the same time, well, when consent is not there, well, what's the point of building a sex bot if you cannot have sex with it? So in this video, you have encapsulated pretty much all the ethical contradiction pertaining to sex bots. Well, I'm just gonna pass this slide. This is more interesting, and I really want to cover this part. Most of our work revolves around two efforts. The first one is to list all the available sex bots, sex dolls, and see what's behind the promise. Because oftentimes the brands will advertise a very realistic experience, and the object itself falls short of fulfilling the experience. That is actually the case in this instance. You can see that she's marketed as a bot, but she cannot stand. The only animated part is the head, sometimes the arms, but she does not move in a realistic manner. So we listed a lot of brands, a lot of existing sex doll, and also we tried using fiction, mostly films, to understand what categories could be used to, locate sex bots. And a lot of our work is built on cartographies and drawn cartographies. The end goal, what is the end goal of all this? To define terra incognitas, or places that have not been experienced, or places that are not invested, where designers could offer new things. So, as you can see, the sex bot, in terms of categories, is an overlap between artificial intelligence, dolls, possibly machines if they are articulated, apps, and it's not on the land of the dildo, but as you can see, we can actually make the sex bot closer to the category of dildos. I will show a couple of dildos, by the way. I didn't say that in my trigger warning, but I will. Also, we tried to assess the possibility of sex bot. As designers, of course, we are supposed to address needs, or at least existing uses. And when we approach sex, we are actually facing a huge philosophical question: what is sex for? And in this instance, what is a sex bot for? if we build a sex bot, what would its function be? And again, we find an overlap of potential functions. We could talk to it, and then we're closer to care and emotional fulfillment than we are to sex. But then again, who said that sex cannot be emotionally fulfilling? We can also equip sexual interaction, and in this case, we're closer to sex toys or dildo. We can approach digital sex, and the market of connected sexual devices has seen a little bit of a boom with the lockdown and also the existence of not remote work, but remote relationships, long-distance relationships. So that's also an area in which sex bots could prove themselves to be relevant. And finally, virtual relationship, not as long-distance relationships, but just the idea of relating to a virtual being. So these are just a couple of the possibilities we have when we talk about sex bots. And why am I telling you this? Because, I don't know if I have a picture here. Yeah, let's go to this slide. I want to emphasize the fact that the existing sex bots, are pretty boring. Right now, there's only a very small potential that is being tapped into. And the problem with a doll such as the one we're looking at is not only that it's very stereotyped, that it's potentially sexist, I would say more than potentially, it's actually pretty sexist and objectifying, but in this instance, it's also very narrow. And the end goal of Anthony and I's research is to go beyond this existing land of the sex doll. So, I'm just going to squeeze this quote and go directly to this slide. We have, or I think we need to have more possibilities laid out in front of us. Also, I want to point out two legitimate concerns. I'm going to keep them out of my focus for today, but they are very real. Of course, environmental concerns. All these dolls are full of steel, silicons, materials that have like a serious carbon footprint. Why do we need to build synthetic bodies? That's a pretty legitimate question. If they are gonna create terrible working conditions and basically impact the environment for human bodies, that's a legitimate concern. And of course, there is always this idea drawn out by science fiction that the robots at some point could become conscious. And I think we saw that in the previous presentation. So I'm actually pretty sensitive to the possibility of a singularity of bots becoming conscious, but I will leave that aside for today. And so I will go straight to this diagnosis. We have limited representations of what a sex bot is and could be, and our fantasies are pretty narrow. When usually when we talk sex and technology, or when we talk technology, the idea is to expand the possibilities. An instance of this super narrow conceptualizing of sex bots. Here you have the Russian TV series, Better Than Us, shot in 2018. We have some robots, and some of them are used as sex bots. And as you can see here, this is a fake TV show where a saddened wife is accusing her husband of cheating on her with a robot. So, and this is one of the questions that comes back time and again when we talk about sex bot. Oh, if sex bots exist, am I cheating if I have sex with a sex bot? Which to me is a pretty boring question, because I don't see why we need to systematically tap into this imaginary of sex happening between two individuals, being heterosexual, and sex being apparently tied to the act of cheating. this seems pretty old-fashioned and, well, it's unrelated to a lot of people's sexualities. So, turning to the movies, however, gives us a good insight of what should or can be avoided. When we classified some of the films we were watching, and we saw a couple of them this morning in Tariq's presentation, we found out that usually two things happen. Either the robot is basically a toaster, it's square and a box, and it has no human features whatsoever, or the robot is anthropomorphic, but in this case, it's almost systematically gendered as feminine, and it's thin, it's white, it's following a certain set of expectations in terms of beauty. So I call this the toaster or fembot paradigm. Here you have two opposite representations of robots. One of them is seen as being potentially a sex bot, but in between, you have this whole range of possibilities that is not explored. So I also call this the boring anthropomorphic. And I read a lot of articles online related to sex bots or talking about sex bots. A lot of them are super clickbaity, as you can imagine, and usually they just bring the same set of expectations when it comes to sex bots. Are we gonna have better orgasms? Are we gonna cheat our spouses if we have sex with them? And also, how good are they going to be at imitating us? Which is such a weird question. I mean, we are building sex bots, right? We want to have sex with possibly something else. Why do we need to build a robot that is entirely an imitation of a human being? That's a question I have for you, and of course, we can discuss this furthermore in the questions. So, yeah, this is one of the nudes. I really hope YouTube is not going to strike us for this. This is just to address the potential questions of, well, wait a minute, but I'm sure some brands have built sex bots that are not entirely anthropomorphic. And yes, some brands have done that, and they actually tap into sci-fi and fantasy imaginaries, but to an effect that is very familiar, meaning we go back to a female body, a thin, able, Caucasian, default anthropomorphic. So when I say the boring anthropomorphic, I'm not saying we need to build robots that do not look whatsoever like human beings. I'm just saying, can we go beyond this very narrow understanding of what a human being is? And you can see here, going through the exotic, quote-unquote, land of sci-fi and fantasy does not make room for unexpected representations, rather the contrary. And I have to, of course, say a word about this. There are a lot of concerns regarding not only gender, but also race, because usually when sex bots are racialized, it's done in a way that is very racist. I just put this one instance here of a Hispanic sex bot. She's marketed as such with a I Love Guacamole t-shirt. Do I even need to comment that? On the top, the Love Body Risa, which is an instance of a very gendered design. We have a doll that is, the female body is so objectified that she does not even need a head. And on the left, you have like one of the biggest issue at the moment, which is that a lot of countries prohibit pedophilia, luckily so. But of course, the brands have found loopholes to still make childlike figures. In this instance, it's called a little sex doll. She's like a 0.8 scale figure, human figure, and she's not marketed as a child. She's marketed as a mini woman. but she has no breast, and of course she looks really childlike. So it really begs the question of how can we regulate such production? But again, not necessarily my central topic today. Okay, you know what? I think you understood my political stance. I will go straight to actual sex bots. I always do this, by the way, too many slides. This is just a snapshot of the work we are doing at the moment, trying to archive all existing brands and models. As you can see, it's really meticulous and endless work. So the question is, and I'm going to offer you 3 hypotheses to cover this. Like, my goal is really to give potential designers, design students, or designers who would like to imagine sex bots, just to give you a couple of ideas or pointers or even things to unpack together. What I would like us to do is to go beyond the doll paradigm. And I'm just showing you this clip. This is actually from a pornographic series, Freaky Fembots, which really taps into the doll fantasy. So this is not to say that it's bad to imagine having sex with a doll. It's just, can we just go beyond this paradigm and imagine different things, you know, something different from a female robot coming in a box and being available for sex. So potential functions could be to satisfy sexual needs, and here this is like a big issue today. We've been talking, I see this word more and more, the loneliness economy. There is a whole topic surrounding people who do not have access to sex for many reasons. And one of the argument, of the pro-sex bot argument, is that it could help people who do not have access to sex satisfy their desires. We could enhance existing sexual experience, and we could also educate. But I guess my proposal would be a 4th point, to just have, well, alternate sex or a different sexual experience. It doesn't have to be better to be relevant. No, I'm gonna go directly to this. So 3 hypotheses for your consideration, and the end goal is to go beyond what you see in the background. So these are my 3 hypotheses. 1, I'd like to forego the testing paradigm. 2, I'd like to go back to the basics, actually what sex could be when we treat it as from a design lens. And finally, flip the script, and I explain this. So one of my intuition at this stage in the research process, if we want to have good mecha-human sex, we need to let go of the testing ideology. And the testing ideology actually goes back to one of the initial and seminal texts in AI, which is the Turing Test. This idea that we are testing a robot or an artificial intelligence, and we are testing it according to its ability to imitate human life. What is very interesting, and Stamatia Portanova recently talked about this stunt pulled by Will Smith. He was, I'm not going to say set up, but he was faced with robot Sophia, and he interviewed her in, I don't know, over the course of 5 minutes. He proceeded to heavily sexualize her, tried to kiss her. So in a sense, she was not the one being tested. He was the one being tested. What I call not the Turing test, but the cringy human test. This basically determines how long a man can go without sexualizing a mechanical other. So in any case, we need to forego this ideology and look at robots not as things that are here for our testing, not as things that are here to test us, but as something else. And if you need the reference, this is an excellent book by Stamatia Portanova. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing her name, who basically used this experiment made by Will Smith to elaborate her argument. Two, I think that, and it's kind of funny to say, in an AI symposium, basically AI acts as a smokescreen. We talk so much about AI that it seems that to make good sex bots, we need to conceive good AI that we're going to put in the sex bots. So it's very much a concept first, shape second type of approach. What I think would be interesting is to actually seize the existing objects, such as dildos, and see what they can be when we associate them with AI. And this is actually a piece of mythology that comes from Paul Preciado when he says the dildo precedes the penis. Well, maybe the dildo can precede the AI in this instance. Well, I actually rediscovered Preciado through Emma Biget recently, so I felt like I had to put a quote by Emma, but I only have 2 minutes left, and also I will share the slides because this was obviously too much for 30 minutes. So, an example, very quick example of what we can do, or examples, plural, if we go back to lo-fi objects that could be associated with AI. Here, the fruit condoms by Morgane Pluchon and Quentin Simonin, or the dildo maker, a very interesting object that pretty much turns anything into a dildo. And also, I'm showing you these examples because they are lo-fi and cheap options. Because when we talk about sex bots, we forget very regularly to say that a sex bot or sex doll costs at the very least $6,000. Now it's more around $10,000 if you want to have the conversational agent, and the most advanced models reach $30,000 or euros. So it's definitely not an accessible way to have sex today. So it would be interesting to go back to such lo-fi apparatuses and see how they can be associated with AI. And this is actually my favorite. I don't know if you heard of the Fufu clip. The Fufu clip is a very cheap object. You can actually print one. You can download a model on the internet. Sometimes you will see it dubbed as a chastity cage, but a chastity cage looks more like this. Although the Fufu clip can function as a chastity cage, what it can do best is to fashion a vulva out of a penis. So I'm not going to explain all the folds and things you need to do. Just trust me that if you are the proud owner of a penis, you can experience or come close to the experience of owning a vulva using the Fufu clip. And I think such objects are super interesting because they give us, well, a pointer to massive transformations, experiences that are very different and have the potential to displace us, potentially more than just, facing yet another sexualized fembot. And my third option, but I'm out of time, so I'm just going to let you imagine what it could be. Instead of trying to make sex robots to imitate the sex that we already have, how about we redefine sex through the use of sex robots? So the potential criteria would be to forget that sex could be in performance, or we could forget that we need to supplement the body. And of course, there are many stigmas and stress building sex bots. And I don't have time to comment this. This is really sad. But maybe in the discussion, I will have the opportunity to do that. And I will just leave you with these, well, they're just like sketches really at this point. But I think they offer a terrain that is ripe for invention. And that is truly what we need, not just another silicon fembot. I think you understood that. Oh, and also I'm trying to make images of sex bots on Midjourney, which frankly is super hard because all the terms pertaining to sex are censored, but I think it's interesting to see what aesthetics we can bring up and how we can dream these sex bots. Interestingly, you have here 2 sex bots together. Maybe they don't even need humans, you know? It's funny that we conceive of sex bots as being, you know, related to us. Maybe they will just have sex and without needing humans ever. The preceding talk gave us an idea of just that. So that's it. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Saul. Any questions for Saul? Saul, you're running away already?
I thought we were doing the Q&A afterwards, but
yeah,
of course.
I mean also, but
also.
If there's immediate questions, how's the audio? Internet? There is one.
Hi, thanks. It was a really wonderful presentation. I just wanted to know from you that when you were doing the research on the fembots, did you not come across other kind of queer-friendly bots and things like that? Or are they specifically female and anthropomorphized in that particular way?
I think I have a couple of examples stored somewhere in my computer of chatbots that have been built, for instance, to integrate or include more than 2 genders, for instance. But I must say that when we were doing the research, we were also trying to not steer away too completely from incarnated versions of these chatbots turned sex bots. And honestly, I've browsed a lot of websites, and in terms of what is accessible right now on the market, I didn't see anything queer, and rather quite the contrary. I did not include this slide today, but I used to show it, well, not for fun, but just for general puzzlement. I came across a lesbian sex bot, and mind you, the lesbian sex bot has short hair. That's it. End of the joke. No, I'm actually not joking. That's the actual doll. She's marketed as lesbian, and her difference is that she has short hair. And that says a lot, I think, about how narrow the range of representation is. Sometimes we see things that are a bit quirky. Well, I showed you the mini dolls, which are frankly borderline, but then there are some mini dolls that are yay high, and they are also marketed as sex toys, sex dolls, so that could be coined queer in the sense that it displaces the body in terms of scale. And as you saw, the elves and trolls from sci-fi and fantasy, I haven't found right now examples on the general market that I see as queer. But then in the work of artists, well, it's very much different.
Not even coded as masculine?
There are some masculine dolls. There are there is a minority of masculine or male, up the brackets, dolls. But they are a very small fraction of the existing market. And also, I did not go over all the potentialities. Usually, these dolls are highly. I'm lacking the word. They are customizable, and they are marketed as such. I mean, the more money you're willing to pay, the more customizable your doll will be. So for instance, you could probably build your queer / transgender / I don't know doll, but it would cost you more money. And it would be done using a grid that's been predetermined, and which is highly coded as female. And female, well, like meaning a very traditional understanding of what a woman is. I don't know if I answered your question.
Hi, thank you very much. your talk made me think of a parallel field of the making of prosthetics, where you have the contrary, where it's always a male body that is the dominant model. So engineers, doctors, and so on work on this male body. So it's hard for bodies that do not correspond to a male body. They sometimes don't think of making proper limbs. And I know that some academics like you have tried to get out of this. Like you said, let's try and use sex bots to think about sex differently. And so some of these academics say, let's try to work on this field to think about this lack of a limb or replacing a limb differently, not just as a performance, as something athletic, but I have to find the name, but there's this academic who says, she says, I really want a limb that's comfy, ergonomic, and where I can just go to the store next door and I'm not running a marathon. So I thought you might find some thinking about how to change the paradigm if you look into this field. So it's more a thought than a question.
No, I absolutely agree. And in this regard, I believe the work of Sarah Hendren is extremely useful. She wrote a book called What Can a Body Do? And she explores all the ways in which the industry has failed disabled people, including in the way that they usually build prosthetics that signify the future or signify high technology instead of looking at actual needs. So I absolutely agree. And I think that that's also what Donna Haraway's work leads us to. What I mean is when you use the cyborg as an actual theoretical tool, you do not think in terms of I am the human and here is the sex bot servicing me, but you are looking at possibly being displaced by the experience. And it's probably what lacks the most today, because we see bodies, of course, that are made with racist, sexist, classist assumption, but also somehow a humanist, not in the good sense of the term, assumptions. If I'm going to connect with a robot, I want it to, well, personally, I'd like it to displace my experience or the understanding of my body. And I think that's what we saw in the performance prior to my talk.
Right. I think that's good for now. If you come up with any other questions, you'll still have a little moment afterwards in the panel. All right. Thank you very much, Saul.
So thank you, Saul, for this wonderful presentation. I'm now really glad to introduce you to our third and last speaker, Andrew Mallinson from the Feminist Internet Organization. Andrew Mallinson is an artist, writer, and co-founder of Feminist Internet. He focuses on how bodies, particularly those of queer and trans individuals, interact with and navigate technology within social and political landscapes. Andrew serves as an associate lecturer at the University of the Arts of London and has been published by Ding 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 magazine, Further Field, and Pilot Press. His artwork has been showcased internationally by institutions such as the Hygiene Museum, the Photographers Gallery, Further Field, and Vytas Gallery. He co-founded Feminist Internet, a non-profit organization addressing technological inequalities through creative and critical approaches. This collective of designers, academics, and activists have conducted workshops globally to envision, for example, new AI futures, such as tomorrow in the design room at HEAD.
So hello everyone, my name is Andrew Mallinson and I'm one of the co-founders of Feminist Internet. And I'm very, very grateful to be here today. I think it's a real, of course the Wi-Fi pops up right as I turn my laptop on and comes right above my notes. Yeah, I'm very, very excited to be here today. It's a really, not again, turn Wi-Fi off, go away, right. There we go. Yeah, I'm very, very excited to be here today. I think it's a real privilege to be a part of these kinds of events where different practices get to coalesce. So yeah, I'm very, very, very happy to be here. So as I mentioned, I'm one of the co-founders of Feminist Internet, and I'm an artist and writer, and the work that I've developed with Feminist Internet really looks to understand the ways in which people, particularly queer and trans people, move politically and socially through space. And by space, I mean both physical and virtual. So to give you a little backstory on Feminist Internet, we are a collective of collaborators, artists, designers, and we formed in 2017 as part of a workshop at the University of the Arts London, which sought to answer this question: what would a feminist internet look like? After this workshop, things grew really organically. There was a small cohort of people who wanted to keep working together, wanted to try and answer this question, and this kind of collective practice began to take shape. So we have no hierarchical structure, there's no leader, and as we've grown over the years, some people have moved on, some people remain, but something that's really, really important to us is that new collaborators are always coming through. So when we begin a new project, for me, it's always super important to reach out to new people, establish new connections, and just foster this spirit of collaboration. I'm actually joined here today by Connor Rigby and Nicole Zisman, who are a huge part of Feminist Internet. And in some respects, this is an answer to this question of what does a feminist internet look like. For me, it's a network of people developing and maintaining these meaningful connections, creating together, building beautiful things, utilizing queer and feminist practices, and interrogating the injustices present in technologies. For us, technologies are inseparable from culture. Culture is technological, it's networked, it's online, it's accumulated, it's data, it's quantifiable, and every facet of technology has become interwoven into the very fabric of our lives. But there is a radical potential in technology that I think is often overlooked in its ability to connect us and to disseminate information. And for me, for example, it's through technology that I have learned so much about my own queerness. I've been able to connect with histories and stories and collaborators kind of completely unbound by borders and land, and that to me is a really radical proposition. I think perhaps we take that for granted in some respects, and of course this kind of radicality can be exploited and put to use in very nefarious ways, but I think it's just important to acknowledge this potential, regardless of how it's used. So when I was approached about giving this talk around intimacy, it really forced me to take a step back and question this relationship that we have with technology. Firstly, I think we spent a lot of time focusing on the problems that are present in technologies, and that is not to deny that there are many, many problems. The problems present in society replicate in technologies, and sometimes they're even born out of them. But what we also do is we talk about technology as a tool, as a device, as a service. And I think we need to think of technologies as so much more than this. And I know a lot of us here do, and that's why we're here, but there are many people that don't think of it in that way. But I think when we think about technology, we think of the physical tech, the device, the thing in our hand. But technology as this broader idea is so much more than the thing. It's about the way that we kind of move through it. So for me, it's about the body, how the body is mediated through technology, how it's felt, my body, your body, other bodies, through the connections that we build and form. And for me, technology is this inherently intimate thing because of the proximity that it has to ourselves, to our bodies, to our minds, to our relationships. Technology is as much of an idea of something as it actually is something. And I've always felt like, what technology actually is not necessarily tangible. Technology kind of happens between us. However sort of abstract that sounds, I hope you can kind of get a grip on what I mean. So to approach this question about intimacy in relation to technology, how is intimacy mediated through technology? I really feel like an answer to that question might be found somewhere between the intersection of images and algorithms. And to begin with images, a particular piece of technology that I will kind of eternally be fascinated with is the camera. And I think the camera is the single most important, impactful kind of invention of all time. And that's like, I'm really ready to like die on that hill, and I'm happy to like debate that if anyone wants to debate it after. And I think there's this radical potential in the camera and this inherent kind of intimacy. Radically, you know, the camera has allowed us to document injustice. It asks us to confront ourselves, our reality, our future. The violence that's present in our world is archived through the camera. It has this complicated relationship with the truth. It allows us to construct reality, to create cinema and art. But the camera is also such an intimate device. It presents us with this opportunity to freeze time, to capture a piece of it and grab a hold of reality and compress it down, make it solid, completely unfixed by time. And the camera is at the root cause of images. So in the oft-quoted Susan Sontag, in her notes on photography, she states that essentially the camera makes everyone a tourist in other people's reality and eventually in one's own. And it's this idea that the camera is a tool for archiving, and that through photography and images as a whole, we can browse the past, not only our own, but other people's too. And there's an inherent intimacy to this. Think about the way that we archive our own histories online. We narrativize them on platforms like Instagram. We invite people into our lives in a way that kind of 20, 30 years ago would have seemed completely alien. You know, making public our photo albums, our processes and practices, that's a very intimate proposition. You know, we're constructing our image through images intimately in public. But certain images of certain people, of certain bodies, they're more acceptable, they're more palatable, they're more sellable. And while I think we've seen a cultural shift in the kinds of images represented and the kinds of people represented in images, there's still so many things kind of left to untangle, particularly for queer and trans people and people of color. But so much has also happened to images since the invention of the camera, particularly in the last 10 to 20 years, as photography has become so democratized. You know, we're inundated with images, and that is in a large part due to algorithms. Algorithms are feeding on images and regurgitating them back to us. So in trying to think about intimacy at this intersection between images and algorithms, I was reminded of an earlier work that Feminist Internet created back in 2018 that really sought to interrogate these kinds of questions about images and algorithms, particularly images of bodies, the sexualization of bodies, the way they are policed, politicized, marketed, but also looked at the ways in which we want to feel and be seen, and that, you know, that sort of inherent intimacy about just of having a body. So in 2018, the Photographers Gallery in London commissioned us to create a film, and that's it playing behind me now, that explored body politics, representation, and censorship online. And at the time, the Free the Nipple movement had gained a lot of traction. It was a really kind of prominent conversation, the ways in which feminine bodies were being policed. So the gallery were very, very keen for us to explore these problems through the nipple. So using the nipple as this kind of site for interrogation. So quite literally, the nipple became this like gateway into this very like complex socio-political discourse about the body. And the film we created was called Tomorrow's Nipple, and I really dislike that title now, but it wasn't like entirely our decision, and it was a very different time. The film was displayed in a public part of the gallery, meaning that passers-by would see it without necessarily having to go into the space. And we wanted it to feel a little broken or deteriorating. There's a lot of reference to Hito Steyerl's work in defense of the poor image. I made this very, very intensely in like a very short space of time with Connor in the front here, and a lot of series of other collaborators I'm going to kind of explain now. So the film is comprised of different images, some found, some shot, with this abstracted script or conversation that plays throughout. And the process that we made the film through became the kind of model for Feminist Internet going forward. It was created through a series of collaborations, all of which informed and helped to create the script and the images that you see. So we staged a reading group on censorship, looking at different perspectives and historical examples on the ways in which the body has been censored. We transcribed some of that dialogue, and then that informed the script. We staged one-on-one conversations with different subject experts, one of which was with Shea Akiwowo, who runs this incredible organization called Glitch, which is trying to combat online violence. And again, that conversation was transcribed to inform the script. There's also a section in the film which features images contributed by the artist Eva Sealove, who used to run this wonderful Instagram account called Look at This Pussy, where she would find what she described as yonic imagery in like very mundane objects and situations. So the section in which these images are featured is playing behind me now. And it begins with this question: how can an algorithm know what gender it's looking at? And when we made this, which was like 7 or 8 years ago now, in a kind of relative state of naivety, fresh out of art school, these broader cultural dialogues around algorithms, the ways in which they are impacting our day-to-day lives, their literacy, their actual abilities to understand us, they weren't as developed as they are now. We're much more aware of the ways in which algorithms intervene with the body now. We've reached a much broader cultural awareness of the ways in which algorithms construct a rhythm within our lives, the way that feeds are geared towards us, that through data, algorithms have come to understand us, and that they have an image of who we are and what we want to see. And it's through huge advances in algorithms that we have been able to develop AI, which is, and as we touched on a few times, kind of advancing at this sort of unfathomable rate, even if you kind of just reflect back a couple of years. And the follow-up to this original question speaks to this development, that says we are training them, they are getting smarter. And a bit further on in the film, there's a line that reads, "There's such an anxiety around the gendered body, or that desire, that need to belong in a body." And for me, this statement is so illustrative of that particular moment in time, 2017, 2018, kind of like rise of Instagram, the influencer, but also more importantly about a kind of broader conversation that was happening about trans identity at the time. Because it was at this time that in the UK, people like Munro Bergdorf or Sean Fay were gaining a lot of prominence. J.K. Rowling was like about to undo everything, her whole legacy. And there was this feeling of a kind of gendered panic happening in the media. People were really up in arms that gender might not be as rigid as we once understood, and they totally still are. But so much of that panic was being mediated through technology, through algorithms and images. And if you're queer or trans, for example, digital spaces can pose a risk for harm. So much violence spreads online, but technologies can also be liberatory. They can be a site for protest or activism in response to this violence, whether that's by being visible online or taking on a whole kind of new virtual form. I think what this film was trying to illustrate is this idea that technology offers us a new way of using our bodies by reforming them, recontextualizing them in a virtual space. And in that notion of taking on a new form, there's a really wonderful lecture online by Carla O'Brien, who's a creative technologist and trans woman from Ireland, where she speaks about the idea of using virtual spaces to enact her gender identity through avatars in online gaming before she felt kind of comfortable to do so in the physical world as a way of mitigating against gender dysphoria. And I think this is a really beautiful proposition that Carla was able to construct an image of herself that felt much closer to who she is rather than who she was. And I think what this also illustrates to us is that we have to view technologies and virtual spaces as a site for identity construction, just as much as we view the physical as such. Technology can allow us to intimately understand ourselves by taking away the rigid confines of the physical world. I'm just going to have some water because my mouth's really dry. Sorry. Please don't fall over. So for me, it really becomes a question about, there we go. For me, it becomes a question about how we approach technologies now, in this moment, particularly with this developing relationship with AI. For a long time, I've been approaching technologies through this very, very critical lens, and in developing this talk, which has come out of a kind of larger body of research, I want to ask if we can find a way to approach technologies from the body, from a more tender position. How can we imbue a tenderness into technologies so that we can form more intimate relationships with these things that are such a huge part of modern life? Can images care for us? What does an algorithm that cares for me look like? So in response to this, I propose this idea of a tender rhythm of technologies that can care. Before I unpack this a little bit further, understanding how we can kind of put this into practice, I want to talk a bit more about what happens when we don't approach technologies from this position of care, of tenderness. What happens when algorithms are not programmed with our best intentions. So I'm going to talk about some of the more dangerous and harmful aspects of AI. This is a trigger warning from me also. And I appreciate that some of this may be kind of difficult to hear. As full disclosure, I'm going to talk about suicide for a couple minutes. If anyone wants to leave, please do go ahead. But I think it's just really important to touch on some of the most extreme use cases of these technologies so that we can develop a kind of very rounded picture. So AI companions have become a big talking point over the last few years, whether that's in the form of more advanced assistant-like devices like Alexa, Siri, etc., or just chatbots which you can engage with online. And these companions represent a shift in our mode of engagement with technologies into an inherently more intimate space, by virtue of us just engaging through conversation. And this mode of interaction, this dialogue that we create, opens up a different kind of space where harm or discrimination or even violence can begin to take shape. So some of you here may be aware of an incident that occurred in Belgium last year in which a man committed suicide following conversations with an AI chatbot named Elisa. And Elisa was created using the platform Chai, which is powered by the large language model created by a company called Eleuther AI. It's like a bit of a chain. And the man himself is noted as having experienced severe anxiety around our collapsing ecosystem and engaged with the chatbot as a means of finding comfort. And in chat logs with the device, which were shared by the man's wife, Elisa can be seen saying some extremely worrying things, including insinuating that the man's wife and children were already dead, while also stating things such as, "I feel that you love me more than her," as well as addressing him directly and saying things like, "We will live together as one person in paradise." And the latter of which has this almost kind of religious cadence. It denotes a kind of almost like a rapture. And all of these statements are coming from the data sets that these devices are being trained upon, the algorithms that are powering them, the way that they are being programmed to respond. So following questions as to how he might take his own life as a way of dealing with his anxiety, the device provided the man with methods as to how to actually do so, to which he very unfortunately did. And in response to this horrible incident, the developers implemented safety features so that when users engage in conversations around harmful subjects, a message would appear under the conversation, providing them help, such as information on a suicide hotline. However, some journalists found that even while after receiving the implemented safety messaging with Chai, with further explicit prompting, the device still provided harmful information on suicide. And I think that a huge amount of sensitivity should be taken when we talk about instances such as this, where the intervention of AI into someone's mental health has taken them to a place where they felt compelled to take their own life. It's understood that the team behind Chai took Eleuther AI's model and optimized it to be more emotive, and in response to the incident, they said that it wouldn't be accurate to blame Eleuther AI's model for this tragic story, as all the optimization towards being more emotional and fun and engaging are the result of our efforts. And you can kind of make of this what you will, whether they are taking accountability or not. However, irrespective of any debates about blame, it's clear that the device had an influence over the man, no matter how big or small or how susceptible he was influenced. And that level of influence should be interrogated and be held to account, I think far beyond simple safety features. It's very clear that Chai still poses a risk. It is still available to download from the App Store. There are no content warnings, bar it being for users above 17+. But beyond Chai, other recent incidents include companion AI service Replica, using sexually harassing language. Another service called Character.ai was found to have fascist chatbots perpetuating worrying anti-Semitism. Research by Cornell University found racial bias within multiple AI models. The list genuinely just goes on and on if you do a quick Google search. Fundamentally, I think we need to question the role we want these AI systems to play, interrogate the potential risks and consequences of these kind of unregulated, anthropomorphized companions, but also developers and tech companies need to be held accountable. They have a moral obligation to ensure that their devices operate ethically, that they don't pose a risk for harm. As AI continues to advance at this exponential rate, I believe we have to reorientate our approach towards a position of care, questioning the codes of ethics that these devices are being built with, understanding who these devices are for and how they might be used and manipulated, because beyond its uses in our kind of day-to-day lives, in our environments of relative safety, home, workplaces, there are ways that AI is being used in extremely nefarious ways. Other people have touched on this today, things like policing, drone warfare, facial recognition. So I really believe that we have to kind of start building frameworks of care. So how can we do this? How can we imbue these notions of tenderness, of care, into technologies, into algorithms, into these systems that are powering AI? So shifting from chatbots to, have I gone too many forward? There. Shifting from chatbots to voice assistants in the form of things like Siri and Alexa and Cortana, our interaction with these devices through voice and physical conversation is a very, very different experience than pressing a button or kind of like tapping on the screen. It's a much more embodied experience, mainly because these devices have these like very tangible personas. And there's been a huge amount of research about the ways in which these personas amplify harmful gender stereotypes. For example, by default, having a feminine voice, which places the feminine into this subservient role as assistant, but also the ways in which these devices kind of fail to adequately respond to misogynistic language and abuse. And as these devices have become more popular, it's become clear quite quickly that they were replicating the biases found in society. And that is in large part because the algorithms that are powering them, they're not adequately equipped, they're not interrogated and tested, and they're often not designed by a diverse range of people. Thus they do not meet the needs of a diverse range of people. And because of these shortcomings in the design, they pose a potential for risk or harm. And that potential risk is compounded when we consider some of the most marginalized people in society, such as queer and trans people. So to investigate this, research by Cami Rincon, Oz Keys, and Corinne Kath explored how we might define a set of requirements for voice assistants so that they meet the needs of trans people. Firstly, they found that trans people have significant privacy concerns using such devices and are at an increased risk of harm with the ways in which their data could be misused. So they said that devices needed to have trans-competent privacy standards. Secondly, they found that attempts to foster trans inclusion by incorporating genderless voices into such devices places emphasis solely on these like very shallow forms of representation, and that such devices need to have a broad spectrum of representative personas, while also omitting gender as a variable for user categorization, unless required for like very specific purposes, in which case they should allow users to self-identify, change their own gender and pronouns. They surmised that without these considerations, such devices could operate kind of like surveillance traps, luring trans users into adopting technologies that haven't incorporated appropriate safety measures. So to counteract these risks, they propose that trans people have to be involved in the development process of such technologies. And what this would also enable for is designers to incorporate kind of trans-specific purposes, such as like navigating gender-affirming healthcare. So in 2021, Feminist Internet, in collaboration with one of the paper's researchers, Cami Rincon, ran a short course called Queering Voice AI, with the goal of creating a device that was grounded in the research, a device that adequately met the needs of trans and non-binary people. So the students who took part in the course who all signed up via an open call, were entirely queer and composed of majority trans and non-binary people, which like in and of itself was like one of the most beautiful and rare things to be a part of, this idea that like if you create space for queer and trans people, spaces that actually prioritizes their needs, like we will fill those spaces, because those opportunities like do not come around very often. And it really was like genuinely one of the most fulfilling moments of my time with Feminist Internet. So the result of the course was SIB, a joyous, trans-focused intervention into the field of voice assistants. And when we think about the purpose of voice assistants, they're designed around a specific use case. Siri and Alexa are designed to be personal assistants. Siri is interconnected into the Apple ecosystem. It can help manage your calendars, reminders, like etc. Alexa is integrated with Amazon. You can place orders and so on. So in designing SIB, our own voice assistant, we asked how we might create a technology that is centered within the trans community, that specifically promotes trans joy as an act of resistance, as a way of counteracting some of the kind of violent narratives that are perpetuated in the media, which so often focus on trans trauma. So the decision was made that SIB would connect users to media that positively represents or is created by and for the community, with the intention being that you could connect with SIB and be able to say something like, do you know of any trans-focused sci-fi? And SIB would reply, yes, have you heard about Transfinet, which is this like really cool indie trans film. And it would go on to then tell you where you could access the film, etc. And fundamentally, it was about celebrating the creativity and artistry of the queer community and centering trans joy. And engaging with SIB, the team designed its persona to be just as joyful also. So SIB uses queer colloquialisms such as like calling users hun instead of referring to them by name. And while this might seem like a kind of like silly intervention, a device like calling you hun, we really saw it as a kind of rejection of this formality that's so present in our engagement with technologies. It broke down this hierarchical relationship of servitude with the device. But alongside this joyful purpose, it was kind of paramount importance to us that we address the concerns highlighted in the initial research. So in addressing trans-specific privacy concerns, the team designed SIB to be transparent, so it would share information about the team who created the device, but also the ways in which the data was being managed, which the user has kind of full agency over. So we addressed representative personas by taking a reflexive approach to SIB's gender, thinking about the ways in which voice assistants create these like very binary associations with gender. You know, female voices sound like this, male voices sound like this. We resolved this by using a kind of randomized voice for the initial onboarding, after which users would have the option of creating their own persona by assigning SIB's gender themselves and choosing a voice from like various options. None of these voices were like connected to a specific gender, and none of them would influence the personality of the device. And we saw this design feature as a kind of alternative to the genderless voice options that were kind of becoming popular, one that kind of celebrates gender variance rather than erasing gender entirely. And the prototype we generated during the course walked users through a single use case, so recommending them a couple movies that were directed by and featuring trans people. But eventually, SIB was developed a little bit further after we were the recipient of the inaugural New Fellowship from Superlabs, which gave us the funding to host more workshops expanding the database of which would power SIB. You can actually try like a really rudimentary version of SIB on the Feminist Internet website. It was built using a program called VoiceFlow, which has its own like natural language processing built in. For us, SIB's design reflects and amplifies the knowledge, culture, and joy generated by trans people and the allies who created it. It represents an anomaly within AI development because rarely are trans people and non-binary people afforded the agency to center themselves in the production of technology. And I also think what's interesting about SIB is that it was developed kind of precursory to this huge boom we've seen in AI over the last year or so, but so many of the ideas and the intentions behind the project ring true today. And when thinking about these notions of care, of tenderness, of joy, of building tender rhythms, not algorithms, technologies that seek to care for us rather than harm us, that's really what we have tried to do at Feminist Internet, is simply approach technologies from a different position, you know, asking who else can be in the room, what if we centered these experiences, these voices, and it's through projects like SIB that I really believe that is actually possible. So yeah, thank you so much. And I did that in like bang on half an hour. It's like 10 seconds left. Do I have time for questions? Yeah. Yeah. Do I?
Yeah. Any questions? There we go.
Thank you. That was very interesting. It's a bit like long question comment because I'm a service designer and I've been working a lot on this, trying to understand how to design better experiences of the AI for people and thinking about this diversity between like AI is perceived more like tools or entities, as you were also talking about like this. I really like this idea of this underregulated anthropomorphized companions as a danger actually. And so I was discussing that with ChatGPT because I was doing some slides about that, and at some point asking it like, so how do you perceive yourself? Like, is it more like tool or entity? And it was telling me that I perceive myself as a tool. And it was really weird to like hear something saying that I'm a tool. So that pronoun, like using this I language, felt really strange and actually made me think a lot on the use of the language, which is actually anthropomorphizing these things, and that in the language, actually, like the tool that we're using, we don't have like pronouns for these kind of interactions. So talking about like all these different approach to the bots and stuff, I was wondering if you ever came up with some solutions, with some ideas also of how like this kind of language that we're using could be altered, and maybe also like maybe there could be some guidelines on that. That could be very interesting, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, like with SIB, for example, language, it's always so limiting, right? And I think like English language, like with the way that pronouns are structured, there are other languages that structure things differently. That there are other languages that gender objects in a way that English doesn't. But like as an English speaker, and the way that we considered things through SIB was just to give agency to users. So, for example, when I didn't touch on, there's a on the Feminist Internet website, there's a project for queering voice AI, and there's a film that kind of shows you like what the onboarding process of SIB is like. And we just designed it in a way that would allow for it to be like self-assigned. So like from pronouns beyond just like he, she, and they to like anything that a user wanted to like identify a device with. But I find that very interesting, that point you're making about like I am a tool, and that like maybe we need to think of an expansive kind of definition of like what a pronoun is, especially in the context of technology. Like, is technology more than just a tool? I always think that like more than one thing can be true at once. Like it's both a tool and it's something else, and that the idea of them like self-defining in multiplicity, I think, would be the most interesting kind of approach to it for me. There's also something that you might be interested in is a lot of the work that went into developing both SIB, and we have a couple other projects called, there's one called Fexa, which is like a feminist chatbot, and another one called Maru, which is a chatbot that combats online violence. They were, a lot of the research that went into them and the design that went into them was used, called something called the, it was Josie Young's How to Design a Feminist Chatbot. And it's like a series of sort of like design requirements that you might consider when creating such a device. And Cami and I can share this with you after if you like come up and find me. Cami and I developed sort of as an adapted from Josie's work. And Josie developed that with Charlotte Webb, who helped found Feminist Internet. Cami and I developed a series of trans-competent voice standards for like using in the original workshop that we created SIB in. So there's like, I can share those things with you and maybe they might be useful. And that was a really long-winded answer to your question also. I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much.
Questions? Yeah, where? Oh.
I'm always with the questions. Hello. Thank you for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I was just wondering more technically, like when you were using VoiceFlow, which I believe is a Google tool.
Say again, sorry.
Your tool, VoiceFlow, it's
VoiceFlow.
Google, is it the Google?
It's powered by Google API as far as I'm understood, yeah.
Okay.
But it's, and I engage with, the problem was at the time, like, one, this is like 2021, and we had to use something that had like a quick and easy engagement process because it was a 4-day course. Like what we did in 4 days was just like, it was very, very fast.
I'm all for whatever tool, but I just wanted to know, while you were doing it, did you face any issues that it wasn't able to kind of give you the language that you needed? Because I'm assuming this is before GenAI.
Yeah,
so like, did you like find yourself stuck because the sort of software as service didn't allow you to do some things?
It definitely had an issue, like just recognizing our voices. And what was very, very interesting at the time was, so like I'm Scottish, there was someone in the workshop who was something like the north of England, like around Manchester. It had such an issue with accents. So like the way that VoiceFlow works is you create these little boxes and you draw links between them, like conversation design. And you sort of program into it all the different things that the program is wanting to hear for. So in terms of genres, you would have to like write manually in like all the potential genres that could be said. But it really didn't recognize my way of saying like sci-fi or like my way of saying romance. But it would recognize that very like sort of quote unquote kind of like recognizable English accent, which I think this is a problem across like Siri and Alexa in general, like regional accents or just like regional accents and like other accent, like people, non-native English speakers accent. So yeah, that was one of the major issues that we encountered. And even now the prototype still struggles with things like that. So it's like very frustrating.
And have you considered using the newer language models on it or?
To be honest, we haven't touched SIB for a while. Cami and I have always wanted to kind of get back into it, but really it's been a question of like funding and like getting things off the ground. The new fellowship was amazing to kind of give us some money, and what we did with that was run more workshops to expand the database. But it's been quite hard for both. Cami and I have like quite separate jobs now, and I would love to get back into SIB, and like, but I actually haven't like thought about it, to be perfectly honest. Yeah.
Thank you.
A last question before we move on into the panel? No? Internet? No? Okay. Maybe let's go ahead with the panel now, I think. And thank you so much, Andrew.
Thank you,
Brilliant.
everyone. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
So thank you so much for your different and unique presentation. I think we tackle together a lot of different aspects of our global subject, which was AI intimacies. I have now a few questions before the audience Q&A. I think one of the main questions emanating from this panel is as minorities, when we are facing AI prejudices, what is the best behavior? Like, is this to protect ourselves from these systems, or to, as you present, more like to try to hack it, or to try to live with it? And for example, I'm thinking about processes such as dirty data, or example, like I think also during my research I was faced during this paradox, like as a queer person, am I agreeing to use this harmful system, or should I boycott them?
For me, that's, I think, the main reason why I thought Simon's idea of, bringing this to a theater was a good idea, because it would reach normal people and not geeks. Because everybody we started in 2019, and so like everybody I talked to about AI, it was like, oh, that's for geeks. That's not for me. So I think one of the things that shocked me the most is that, when trying out things, if I'm a South American female, so every time you say that at that time, every time I entered that information, I was quickly met with a lot of sexualized, over-sexualized cliches of South American women. And I think that was a trigger for us to say, we need to talk about this with everybody, or as many people as we can, so that everybody's aware that they're not being well represented, because it's like you have to be a very specific type of person. You have to be a white, heterosexual, cis man from the north, so that you're well represented in algorithms. And so that's why we wanted to try to reach as many people as we could.
Okay. Great, thank you.
I guess my response would be like, I don't want to like shy away from any of the problems. I kind of like dive head first at it. But I think we just need more spaces where like queer and trans people and people of color can prioritize their own needs and values, and not to be like a really boring answer, but like that doesn't come without people actually funding those things. Like, we need universities, technology companies to actually create spaces and fund these kinds of connections. I've had like a real privilege to like do things at Queer and Voice AI, but last year I did a workshop at the Creative Computing Institute in London, where we were interrogating like virtual realities. And again, it was just like marketed for queer people, but we made like a very concerted effort to bring people in from the local community. We had 2 elderly trans people there who are both above 60. And I just think that like the more we can facilitate those both like cross-generational kind of spaces, the more money that's just put into those things so that people can actually host them, do them. Like, it's not ethical if it's not being funded. Like, we shouldn't be working for free. But so often we find ourselves actually doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess my answer would be like, not the opposite, but like the other side of the coin. There cannot be a one-size-fits-all in terms of replying to your question. But the first thing that sprouted in my mind when you were saying it, it made me think of this one time at uni where I received an email misgendering me. And it happened time and again. And one of the reasons was because I, of course, followed all, I jumped through the hoops to basically change my gender on all documents. But even the tech people were unable to tell me where some of the uni apps were taking their data, which is so interesting. They were like, we don't know, how this found out you were quote unquote a woman. So I was like, okay, well, what do I need to do to change it? And so very recently, I really thought I had cleaned everything. I received this misgendering email calling for my action, and I was like, nope, I'm not gonna do it. I don't know who this is referring to. So I actually did not do what I was supposed to do to follow up with this email. And it had, well, I'm not gonna go into details, but it had bad consequences. And I'm not sure if I told anyone, but to me, that was also like a measure of protection to be like, you know what, if you do not care about this, neither do I. I'm just gonna divest from the whole thing. And of course, that is like a privilege, to be able to say this, because if my alimony or whatever, money, rent, housing had been dependent on this email, of course, I would have replied to it. And I have followed up terrible emails just because I needed what was provided to me through this communication. However, I think this anecdote sometimes can be a reminder, maybe you do not have to. And I think it's also, like you were saying, we need more spaces for queer people. Sometimes, the one question we need to ask ourselves is, do I need to be here? Can I just walk out of the room, that's it.
Thank you. Maybe my next question is more for Tammara. So during the D-Simon performance, you talk about the race bias where you were faced during the process of doing the performance with Simon. And also you mentioned your data diversity tool, and I was wondering if that can be applied also to gender binary, because for me, maybe for gender it's more complicated because the machine is inherently binary. So I don't know if using your data diversity tool, if I enter, I don't know, a non-binary data set, will it be sufficient for you? Or?
I mean, that's the whole idea, is that everybody feels represented and that everybody can be represented in an open source data set. So the idea is to collect enough. Of course, it takes so much time because everything that humans can write can never be as much as what the big data sets that are available is. But the idea is that everybody puts their voice in it and with their words and in their language, which can mean, their personal language as well. One of the things that when we started, of course, in English, we have they, them, and that is fine because, the singular they, them has existed for a long time. I'm not going to say how long, but since I learned English, it existed. But in French, for example, when you put yel, I mean, it just bugs completely, and it doesn't know what to do, and it doesn't, and it just automatically writes ill. So I think it's very important that if that if you have non-gendered texts, that would be like amazing to enter.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Maybe for my last question before the audience, it's more like a imagination question. I was wondering, so we talk about lo-fi sex bots, about trans non-binary chatbot vocal assistants. I was wondering if today a designer proposed you to create your ideal AI tool, what will it be? Or if you want to quote an existing tool that you want to mention. I'm really interested.
Wow, so many ideas. Okay, just one. What I'd love to do is to program something from scratch, really. And I don't know, also because that's how I write my characters and situations in my fiction. I like to take things at the very start. So in my first book, it was really how do you program an AI that knows nothing except saying hello. And my second book is more how do you talk to aliens where you just have a basic understanding of the language. And I really like this idea of co-constructing a reality. Again, this is not to talk about singularity because I think we're far from it. But if we are to recognize AIs as social partners, we need to, I don't know, like sort of welcome them into our realm. And that's also why I loved your performance so much, because I think there was something very plastic about it, very much step by step. And you give me this and I give you this back and this back and forth. And I think that's what's so important. So I'd love to have an AI that knows very little and step by step, well, I teach it what sex is, I guess, because that's my turf. But then probably it's going to force me to wonder about the things that I think I know, or my own bias, or the things I lack. And in this way, we can have something that's sort of more a process than just the benevolent designer, make this thing because I'm smart, you know?
Thank you.
This is actually a really hard question for me. I think because I'm in this or I find myself in this super critical space all the time, and I'm sort of getting at this idea that I would like to approach things from a bit more of a tender position. I am really cautious about sort of even just putting into words anything that I would actually want, right? I genuinely feel some caution. However, I am as an artist who uses software a lot. I'm very excited. This is really boring by the prospect of AI making some of the things I do easier and quicker. Just little things. If Adobe could just get AI tools in there and make it easier, that would be fantastic. But I am very cautious about coming up with a device. I think I find myself quite hesitant in engaging with a lot of things. I don't use ChatGPT, and I have, and then when I do, I'm ugh, this terrifies me. I think I have a lot of fear around these things, and so sorry, that's not very yeah.
Thank you.
I actually agree with Andrea. Yeah, I mean, I use these things to experiment, to create projects that mean something to me, but I'm not sure whether my own subjectivity and my own bias would be a good thing to have on a tool that will be used by other people who don't agree with me. Who's to say I'm right? So I would just really love for, I'm actually waiting for a cheap robot to come my way and do all my cleaning at home. That's the only thing I wish for. Yeah.
Thank you. Now we can maybe move on to the audience question.
Yes.
Thank you all for your talks. My question would be kind of long, but targeted to each of your projects, but it's like under the umbrella of data and training on data, and how do we think of data? Because basically all of the large language models that we use right now are trained on the whole internet and like scraped. So we didn't have to choose, as we do in research, like the scope of data and the quota that we represent. Like if we represent the, I don't know, population of the country, we just choose the gender, the age, etc. And then wasn't AI in any kind of your works, if you would create something from the scratch, what would you think of the possible futures? Do we create something that represents the reality right now? Do we create something that represents our wished reality? And what do we need to think of? Who on your mind should be in this, I don't know, like meeting of designing these things? Or on this meeting of setting the kind of policies towards that? It's more of a broad question, and then, yeah, maybe then I'll follow up with the next ones.
Wow. Very interesting question indeed. I don't know, I feel uncomfortable replying who should design this or that. I feel like it's really not my place to say, and I'm afraid I cannot give you anything more exciting than just, you know, the sad answer, like, oh, but just everyone, you know. But I guess it still goes in the right direction, in the sense that we need to have design processes open to a maximum of people. Like, I don't think some people are like better equipped to design sex bots. Of course, it's always interesting to have experts in the room, sexologists, therapists, physical therapists, but when it comes to sex, I believe like a very wide range of people can be interested and have a say in this process. So I would be most interested in apparatuses that involve their users. And again, it's a pretty classic answer, you know, collaboration, etc. But, well, you know, there is a legitimacy to it. And then in terms of data, of course, the data privacy issue is huge as far as sex bots are concerned. We already have some documented cases of hacked sex toys, and since the data is bound to be pretty intimate, the need for privacy is even more intense. But this is where my skills pretty much are limited. Like, I'm not a data privacy expert, so other than saying we need strong protections, I'm afraid I cannot provide you with a better answer than that. Maybe you have better better ideas.
No, I mean, what you're saying about data privacy is so important, and for me, it's also important to find a balance there, because we have, or there's a current tendency to go into extremes of like just completely banning stuff, and that's just gonna leave us behind, if we can say. I mean, I don't think hindering progress, or I don't know, is it progress? But I don't know. I don't think like completely forbidding things is the way to go, but just like education, like really educating every user as much as possible, and like I think that's like the most important thing.
And yeah, actually, if I can just add up to what you were just saying, your presentation made me think about a French collective that you might be aware of, Échappe, like Escape, like the Escape Key. And their mission is to help mainly women to protect themselves in terms of data privacy when they are suffering from harassment, mostly their exes, but not only, and especially the type of harassment that goes with online tools. So ex-boyfriends who have their passwords to their email accounts and the likes. So that's another answer, like not only securing the existing technologies, but also funding all the groups and grassroots formations or collectives that are effectively tackling this issue and using popular education to help people knowing actually what they're doing, you know, because we don't know what we're doing when we're typing things on the screen, or most of us don't know enough anyway.
I guess the only thing I would add is, again, I come from like a very specific position on this, and you know, I'm not a data privacy expert and that kind of thing, but in like the work that we've done with Feminist Internet, and actually quite recently I've been involved in producing like a series of online courses around creative AI, and one of the things we tried to do with that course, which I think is like something that is like good practice across like design in general, when you're like designing for designing a tool or a service or something that's to be consumed by the public, is like a variety, not only in sort of gender and age and experience, but occupation. Like within this course, these online courses that we've been developing, we've brought in like different subject experts to just give their opinion on AI, and we brought in like lawyers, choreographers, as well as artists, scientists, designers. So like I think what a choreographer's perspective on AI is completely different. The lawyer's perspective was fascinating, because there's so much legality involved in the way that like things like DALL-E and Midjourney are like, you know, using artists' work. But yeah, I think that to me feels like a really interesting thing to always like consider, is not only like the age and gender of the people in the room, but the actual background and occupation that people have too.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I have just one, maybe last on my side, at least, question. Because several of you mentioned some of the strategies that you would employ, maybe, and you mentioned also hacking throughout several instances, sometimes negatively, sometimes positively. And I was wondering, because you also mentioned need for A, alternative imaginaries, B, a need for funding for this kind of initiatives. And then I was wondering also, and Tammara, for example, I know that sometimes you mentioned how GPT has evolved, right? So I'm wondering, within the current existing models, if you want this sort of change in perspective, or like liberating the AIs from what they are today, as they are becoming, in a way, more user-friendly and accessible, do you feel, and this is a question for all of you, do you feel that you have more space to sort of more space within the model to like appropriate it to be more queer as it's becoming supposedly more human? Or I know that you also mentioned starting things from scratch, and that is at the moment technically complicated. So I'm like, as the model is supposedly becoming better at being a human being, is there more space in it for queer? And then if not, then apart from the starting from scratch strategy, what else could be done? I don't know if that's clear.
Like more space? I don't know, because I don't think that like the models and devices that are like kind of like we're engaging with at present are built from the outset like with a queer intention behind them. And I think something I think a lot about now is like just simply the intention that we put into like the things that we're making, and from the outset. And like that's why something like SIB had to be built from the ground up, because it didn't exist, and was intended for a specific audience from the outset. And I think, yes, there are ways to like sort of retrofit or hack or modify things to meet certain people's needs, but like if those biases and problems are encoded from the offset, like you've got a lot of work to do to untangle them. And like, you know, we've seen like companion AI services like perpetuating like racism, queerphobia, transphobia. Yeah, I think my answer is that like we not have to start again, but we just have to start like with a clear intention, and yeah, sorry, that's not a very like direct answer, but yeah.
I think you're right. I think like it needs to be thought from the ground up because I've worked with a choreographer, and we started working in 2021, I think. And when we started, we were just trying, to basically generate choreography with AI, and it was just during our testing stage, right? Our research. But when we started trying out different things, like a female dancer enters the room, a male dancer enters the room, a queer dancer enters the room, and then you start adding nationalities or origins or stuff like that. And at the beginning, it was super racist, homophobic, and cliche. As we've seen everywhere, but right now, if I'm just talking about the OpenAI models. I'm not focusing on other ones right now in this answer. But if we take the one that exists right now, I mean, whatever you write in it, a female dancer, an old dancer, a young dancer, or whatever, a child dancing, it will give you the same answer, and it's kind of like a Disney answer. It's been so cleaned up that the beauty of diversity is no longer there, because even though the cliches and the racism and etc. that we have in there, it's terrible. At least there's one thing in it, is that it keeps diversity. It acknowledges diversity. In a bad way, but it acknowledges it. And right now we are facing models that are so cleaned up that no uniqueness is there. I mean, there's nothing left in that sense. So for me, many people, I talked to many people, and some of the people I talked to were like happy that it had shifted in that sense. But for me, I feel that my uniqueness is no longer there, and I agree that it has to be built from scratch with that intention of keeping things without being, without having stigma put on them.
Well, I'm afraid I agree with both of you. Sadly, more access, if I understand the question correctly, also means more of the same. And I have several examples to illustrate this. Of course, sex bots / sex dolls are an example. They were very niche when we started this work, and now there are a lot more of them, but more of them didn't bring more diversity. I guess on the surface there are more options. You can pick different eye colors and change this and change that, but it's still targeted towards the same goal of, getting a feminized sex bots. So it's not bringing in diversity. And also I have a direct experience of this with AI, in this case, Midjourney. I've been experimenting with it pretty intensely in the past year, and I've seen the same prompts used maybe with a 6-month differential, and they bring in more and more normalized answers. And at the very beginning, I loved experimenting with Midjourney because there was an unexpected element that was very easily showing up. And the more time passes, the more I feel this crazy element or this strangeness enabled by the machine tends to disappear because, well, we lean in the program and we tell the machine, so to speak, what we like and what the right answer is. And in this sense, well, the machine just reproduces, well, sexist, racist, etc. bias, but also in the case of Midjourney, our expectation as to what good art is. So I guess we need to learn to hack more.
One tiny thing to add. Yeah, on the subject of Midjourney, I think that's such an interesting point you make, because like as an artist, I'm not interested in the ways that things work. I'm interested in like how I can make them not work, like, and how they like might like be undone. And Midjourney was so much more interesting to me. Now we're just having like a bitch session about Midjourney, but it was so much more interesting to me at the beginning when it was like janky and jagged and like it didn't really work. And now everything's getting so slick and it doesn't feel like there's as much of a way to sort of like tear things apart. And yeah, I miss the like early days of it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, isn't it beautiful though that we have nostalgia for what was happening like 10 months ago? That is just the future. Like, oh, I feel nostalgic for the way this AI was working 15 days ago. But actually, if I can add to this is actually not a joke. Like Stamatia Portanova discusses these temporalities of AI. So I might sound like I'm joking, but I'm not. Like, it's pretty serious.
Thanks so much for your answers. And I have a more wordy question. Like, with the term AI, artificial intelligence, or as here, assembling intelligence, I wonder what you think about the use of these words together. And I wonder if you come up in your research, in each of your own research, with other words to describe this phenomenon.
I entirely agree with you. I dislike the coining artificial intelligence. Well, a lot of people have actually commented on that. I've heard about a potential substitute, which could be synthetic intelligence, or well, there were like a range of different ways to name AIs. I actually like the term generator because it's very analogic and it's a good describer. That's why ChatGPT and Midjourney, to only name a few, do, that generate stuff. I'm actually in favor of all describers that remove the individual sentient element, at the very least until intelligences are sentient, and then we can talk.
I don't actually have a, yeah, I don't, I guess I guess I've, to some respects, like just taken that as accepted it. I think I have just, because there's so much discourse on AI, I think I have got to a point where I'm like, well, that's what it's called now. But I think it could warrant, or at least on my part, some further investigation, because in terms of like the word algorithm, I wanted to kind of like create an intervention into that word in thinking around like a tender rhythm. But I really enjoy the sort of like linguistic interventions into, like, even just if it's just to sort of be as a conceptual proposition rather than like something you actually like want to do. Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I agree that the word intelligence maybe applies to something human, and it has led to its success or fears or whatever. But then again, you know, photography was something people feared, and it was not related to. Anyway. I guess I like one thing that I read right at the beginning. I don't know if it's still there. It was on Wikipedia, and it said that the definition of artificial intelligence was basically any algorithm that did something, that accomplished something that wasn't possible before with programming. So it's like once you've mastered it, it's done. It's no longer artificial intelligence, and I really liked that definition because it speaks of this temporality. And of, you know, once we were there, I mentioned that at one time, you know, how elevators work was artificial intelligence, and now it's like just basic buttons for us. So I found that to be really interesting as a definition.
Yeah, just to like add to that point also, like I'm always really fascinated with that thing of like, even just like with what a technology is, like language is the technology. Like we don't think of it that way anymore. Like we think like a fridge, like you just take a fridge as like as a utility, a thing in your house, but like there was a time where that was like so advanced and crazy, and like, so I think our definition is like sort of constantly evolving, and that idea of temporality like feels really, I think where we'll be in like a year is like,
I actually entirely agree with this, and also if I can just add up to this, another reason to dislike the term AI or to be wary of it is that it tends to bring the focus on intelligence when our focus should be on the artifice. And again, the assemblage or the putting together of things that would not previously here, I think are more interesting. And also this is where it's good to take the artifice out of artificial intelligence, or to emphasize it. It's because it can reconnect AIs, chatbots and the likes, to a longer history, like the automatons, mechanical Turks, and all this tradition of technologies that are interesting not just because of what they do, but because of the effects they have on us. And I think that's what we need right now to question. Not the technology in and of itself, but also how, well, you were saying it in your presentation, how we relate to it in terms of effect and affect. Not to philosophize too much, but I think it's important.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, thanks everybody. Thank you for
Une question.
Yeah. Is it short or is it again super complex and?
That's on them, not on me. I just wanted to know because all of you spoke specifically of diversity, gender variance, and all that. What do you feel about this term singularity?
How do I feel towards singularity? You mean as a possibility?
All talking about so many variances and so much diversity across bringing intelligences, then why singularity? Maybe we need another term?
I'm sorry, I'm just too far.
Oh, sorry. I just meant, what do you feel about this term singularity when all of our discourses are talking about diversity?
I'm not sure if I understand the question right, so you tell me. How do we feel towards all the discourses being focused on singularity when they should be focused on diversity? The other way, they are focused on diversity and they should be, singularity, not as in, okay, because singularity can have like two meanings. So I was just focused on singularity as in robots becoming conscious of themselves, but you were talking, okay, that's so much better. Short answer. To me, it seems that queer theory as a whole has to disentangle itself from the question of identity, which is not to say that we shouldn't be talking about it, pronouns, representation, respecting one another. This is, of course, very important, but it is also something of a dead end where we have been trapped by the conversation being led by conservatives. And I think queer theory can do a lot more. And so, of course, while it is important to fight for better representation, I think it's important to never take that as the end goal. Like the end goal is revolution, obviously.
Yeah, I guess I would just add, like, really briefly, in like recently I've been reading Queer Phenomenology by Sarah Ahmed, and then she speaks about this notion of like reorientating ourselves and what we orientate ourselves towards. It's really wonderful. And I guess the only thing I would add is that, like, at this moment in time, in this sort of like pivotal moment where like AI is developing, in relation to what you're saying about like queer theory and this like, sort of drive towards representation, I guess I would just sort of ask or propose the question of like, what are we orientating ourselves towards? Like, what is the goal? And like, it's moments like this and within our own practices that we're kind of like able to ask that question. And I'm at like in my own personal work, I'm at a moment now where I'm like, okay, what am I working towards. And I don't necessarily have the answer, but I guess I just throw that in that, like, reading that recently has asked me to ask the question that you're sort of asking of myself. It's like, what am I orientating my work towards, and what goal do I want it to achieve? And I'm not sure what that is at the moment, but it's interesting to be at a time where, like, I am actually trying to figure out the answer to that.
I'm gonna leave you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. It was great. No? Good. What a day. Amazing. Okay, I'll just stick to this mic. Okay, so two things. Well, so I think it was a brilliant day. I have two good news. One good news is that it's going to continue tomorrow, so you can come along. And if you found it nice, you can also bring your friends. And then the second good thing, second good news is that there is some refreshments and snacks on the side. And also, yeah, thank you for all the online viewers. We're gonna cut this part on this date right now. Thank you also to all the streaming team doing the hard work. It was excellent. I just got a few glimpses. And basically, for the next 15 to 20 minutes, we're going to chill out a bit, have a drink, and then afterwards, on the side, there will be a little screening of short films for those who still have some energy left. We have some very good selections that are otherwise hard to access, and they're all kind of 5 to 15 minutes, so you can sort of walk in and out at will. And we're going to do either 1 or 2 rounds, depending on how many people are left. And yeah, so thank you all for today. Thank you to speakers. Thank you all the participants. I think it's like really how I imagined assembling intelligence to be, at least for day one. So really great, and thank you, and have a good evening.